Thank you. I'd like to call the Board of Selectmen Budget Workshop for Wednesday, 8th of January 14th, 2026 to order. Thank you all for assembling and welcome our colleagues from the Board of Finance. Good morning. And we might as well dive right into it. So first up, planning and zoning and health and natural resources. So, and good morning.
Good morning. I'm gonna first confess that I'm not a morning person, so please should. I keep that in mind for next year. Yeah. Send me a note, reminder, towards the end of the day. If I may.
You may.
And Ann Perchin, I'm the department head for planning and zoning in the town of Guilford. I just want to do a quick review of what we do every year, just to remind everybody, and it helps with narrative going forward. We, Department of Three, we are staffed to 6 boards and commissions in the town. That takes a significant amount of our time. That includes planning and zoning, ZDA, affordable housing. We have somebody, historic district, design review, and scenic roads. We also currently have 4 planning projects underway. The 10-year plan of conservation and development. We're managing the sawmill RFP. We will be starting the Route 1 corridor study with straw, and we are kicking off the affordable housing parcel study. That's all coming out of my office. In addition, we are tasked with doing zoning enforcement. We review zoning permits prior to building permits. We're reviewing about 150 a month, somewhere between 40 and 60 a week. In the last year, in our prior budget, we had asked for a part-time permit tech to help us with that workload. That position was cut out of the last year's budget. So instead, we ended up spending about $60,000 in consultant money to cover that staffing shortage that we had for essentially a part-time $22,000 position. As I said, it's a staff of 3, myself, Abby Halley, who's our CEO, and Julie Bridges, who is our administrative assistant. In addition, we cover walk-ins on a weekly basis for a lot of just general inquiries. Sonia, do you want to come up and just do my wing woman? This is Sonia. Hello, health department. Our big ask in this year's budget is the same ask that we had last year, which is for a part-time, in my department, part-time permit tech position to help us handle the workload in terms of the permit tech so that we can move on to all the other projects we're working with. The idea is that we would share the position between Sonia's department and my department at essentially 20 hours each, for both of us to cover our permit work. With Abby tasked with reviewing all the permits, it just becomes difficult for her to do any of her other work, including the ZBA staffing and the enforcement issues, under just her $35 a week. I don't know if you want to.
And on our end, so we have had our sanitarians doing a lot of the permit tech work, which is keeping us abreast. However, they should be out there doing restaurant inspections. Huge milestone that we got this year is that 2 of our inspectors are now certified food inspectors. So they really should be concentrating, especially with the new developments coming in. And that's why we need our permits. So that's the biggest ask. You can stay.
Line of fire.
Think
that later.
Other changes in our budget this year, and I'll just go line by line in the planning and zoning budget. There's also a separate budget for the EPA we'll discuss. The board and commission secretary, Kathy Stewart, who is the recording secretary for design review. Her part-time salary comes out of our budget. When I looked at her burn rate for the first 4 months of this year, she spent 70% of our allocated budget. So I asked Mitch to double her hours for the next fiscal year because we'll be in the hole on that soon. Overtime is a standard line item for the extra 5 hours a week that we allocate to administrative staff. And that would include this new permit tech position. So though the responsibilities of the requested position are split between health department and my department, the dollars end up in my budget. Expenses and travel and education and training are both increased. Those were the only items I had last year to cut the required 3% out of my budget. That the necessity for continuing education in terms of managing our licensure doesn't go away because we cut it out of the budget. So I have to make it up in the next fiscal year. Advertising and public notice has increased tremendously. We just got new rates from the courier for our required public notices. And those are essentially at least doubling in the next year. I put a generous amount in here because I'm not sure how they're changing their pricing structure, and I'm not sure how that's going to shake out in the budget. But these are mandatory public notices. So every time we have a planning and zoning commission meeting or a ZBA meeting, we have to advertise twice before the meeting, and then we do a notice of in the paper every year. Uniform and clothing allowance is the standard allowed per contract for Abby's needs in terms of official clothing for her enforcement activities. Office supplies is a fairly standard line item. We have at least 2 chairs we need to replace, plus other additional office supplies going forward. Permits, dues, and subscriptions cover our own licensure, our dues, our subscriptions to things like the American Planning Association, American Society of Landscape Architect, locally Casio, which is the Connecticut Association of Zoning Enforcement Officers, education and training, we hit already. So this is education and training anticipated for myself, for Abby as a ZEO, because she's seeking her own licensure, and for training for this anticipated permit tech position. And vehicle maintenance is a standard line item for our town car. In addition, the ZBA has line item for expenses and travel. This is to cover continuing education for the ZBA members as they are required to do 4 hours of detail. Sometimes they travel to Yukon or to other conferences for that. The advertising and public notice for ZBA also increased tremendously, and office supplies fairly standard for their needs over the course of the year. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions?
Can I just add a few things for Ann there? The first thing I'm about to say affects many budgets. Ann mentioned the secretary position, recording secretary position. I have put into the budget for each of the secretaries a $1 an hour increase from $21 to $22. You'll see that in all the secretarial positions that come up. Ann did ask me to, as she mentioned, increase the number of hours, actually double the number of hours, because the planning and zoning secretary historically, at least through this year, has been utilizing right through that already. So I want to address the secretary position. As far as the permit technician position, just to add to what Ann's saying, is to clarify. I know she's asking for a part-time position, part-time for planning and zoning and part-time for building. Let's be clear, the position is a full-time position with benefits that we're looking to hire. Just so everyone's clear about that. But that's all. Thank you.
Can I ask about the $60,000 of consultants that we would be foregoing by having this additional part-time position? Where is that budgeted, and how does that consist?
That has magic pot of money. I'm not sure. I forced It's, you know, not to speak.
Some of it came from our legal budget.
Yeah.
And also there was funds that were unexpended in her budget that we reallocated, to cover that cost.
Okay,
That was largely the last
Yeah.
all right.
part of this. previous-
Part of it was the
Previous
previous fiscal year, but within the calendar year, January to October, we spent around 60,000.
And the new part-time person will totally eliminate that. That's something, those are
Yeah.
tasks that that person can actually be doing.
And your use of the term overtime, it's not really overtime, is it? Isn't it that flexibility that we all agreed on last year where people with 35 hours but could work up
Could
to
work 40,
40,
right?
So they're not getting paid time and a half for those
Correct.
extra 5 hours.
That's straight time
Yeah.
until they hit 40.
Right.
Occasionally, you know, we have night meetings at least twice a month. Occasionally, our administrative assistant will go over 40 hours on those weeks only.
Right.
And that is paid at time and a half, but we keep an eye on that and try to encourage her to
Right.
take other time off to make up for that. But that would be for both the permit tech and the administrative assistant, because they're paid hourly as opposed to Abby and I, who are salaried.
But the first, to any of them to get to 40 is it's extra hours in a week, but it's not.
It's not tech, it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought that was the case, but I just
Mhm.
thought I should clear it.
With the potential addition of the permit tech, do we see an opportunity to reduce the need for overtime? That work is, you know, theoretically, that overtime is coming to cover the work that may be done by the permit tech.
Could be too soon to tell. We have a lot of things going on, so I know that Julie, who's only 2 months into her job, she hasn't been hitting that light item very often. She's very efficient and very organized. So I think it really depends on the personality of who you hire.
Do we have any permit history? You said you're doing about 40 or 60 a week now. And then are we still requiring people to fill out a zoning permit for every single building? permit?
Yes, that is state statute, and that is how the Planning and Zoning Commission has decided to administer that state statute, which requires a zoning review for every building permit. So I don't know if you have, do they have the narratives that
They
go with
don't.
the budget? Okay. So to give you a little history, in fiscal year 23-24, between building permits and zoning permits, and this is before we split the zoning permit out separately. We reviewed in that year a little over, so you can do the math quickly, 1776 permits. In 24-25, we were at 1726. And so far this fiscal year through about December 1st, we were at 736 for the year. So it's fairly consistent. And we are doing this, unlike building department who has building a permit tech, for the same amount of permits, we're doing this with 3 people.
Was 25, 26, 1,736?
26.
1726.
1726.
24, 25, 17.
And 25, 26, I think was
Through December 1.
700.
December.
Okay, about halfway through.
Through
Yeah.
December 1.
So we have this need for permit tech, but we still have similar amount of permits. Are they getting more complicated or?
It's somewhat complicated by the fact that our new permitting system, there's no checks on the information going into the permits. It used to be that folks would come in and we'd talk to them about it. And we'd say, okay, we would upload information for people so we could vet it in the moment we got the information. There's nothing stopping people from uploading junk to the permits, essentially. And there's a lot of back and forth in the initial review before it goes to Abby for the technical review to get the documents that are required in the system correct. There's a lot of churn there.
So I had an
5,
expectation the
10.
permit system would actually improve efficiency, and I guess it was gonna stop paper flows and
It stops.
trying to
the
remember
paper-
some of the
flows, yeah.
discussions from
Stops-
last go around.
Yeah, it does stop the paper flow.
Garbage in, garbage in.
Yeah, it doesn't, there's no quality control on what gets uploaded until we look at it.
And you spent about 300,000 on that, or?
We still have to review what
Yeah.
the information.
So,
Yeah.
Exactly.
But you can't control what they send in.
exactly. And the issue is there's a learning curve through a new system. This just went into play, last
In April.
May,
Yeah.
really May by the time we cut it,
Mhm.
right? So the general public has a learning curve in terms of what they have to put in. And very often it's the same people that are doing this kind of work, contractors, et cetera. So expectation is that they will get better at doing this as well. And
Again,
Over time.
how would you characterize the turnaround time, average turnaround time?
We tell people it's 2 to 3 weeks. I think Abby's been doing a little bit better than that. We honestly are having some glitches with the system in that the permitting system itself, there's like a ghost in the machine. We'll wake up one day and suddenly something that was working last week isn't working this week. So we're still working through the technical difficulties, and that tends to slow us down, but I'd say it's around 14 business days for a complicated permit. Unless we're in the situation where people keep uploading junk, essentially.
Modification.
Yeah, and that can take longer. But for simple permits, if it's something like an electrical permit where our review is really cursory, that's very fast. But if it's something with a site plan attached to it, that can get a little more complicated, take a little more time.
Thanks.
this is probably a discussion for another day, but I'm hearing anecdotally that the imposition of the zoning permit may have had unintended consequences, which is some contractors are now pulling permits because of the fact that they now have to do the zoning permit. And even though it's only a $60 fee, private that goes to the state, whatever it is, goes to the state. That's something that I think we need to explore a little bit and see what's happening there.
Yeah, I mean, I have asked the commission a number of times to adjust that policy, but they're pretty firm in their stance, and we'd have to rebuild the entire permitting system at this point to change
Well, we'll
that.
be appointing a new chair of planning and zoning shortly, so it'd be a good opportunity to have a conversation with whoever is looking for that role.
I have a question about that. I don't know if this is on track with kind of what you're mentioning. You said it was to comply with the statute. Can we comply with the statute without requiring every single building permit to have a zoning permit?
What?
I'll be familiar with the statute.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
no,
curious,
understood.
you know, if we have any flexibility.
What was previously happening and what other municipalities do is they fold that review in behind the scenes into the building permit so that every building permit gets a zoning review, but it happens in the background, not as a separate standalone permit. So there are other ways of doing it. This was a decision that was made, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. And codified in the zoning regulation update in October of 2023. For us, it's cleaner because we can catch all the problems beforehand. If it's thrown into the building permit, then you have other simultaneous reviews going on at the same time that may not be tracking with the changes we need to have made. So you have inland wetlands, health department, engineering possibly, and building department doing a simultaneous review. If we need changes done because something isn't zoning compliant, then they all have to come back yet again and look at it. If we issue the zoning permit first, then we know that everything's zoning compliance, and then other departments can do their reviews without having to churn through looking at permits multiple times.
So there's that timing issue to say, hey, we cleared the zoning issues first, so now go on to the building issues.
Mhm.
Okay, I can understand that, but you know, like an unofficial survey, you know, most people I talk to would prefer to be more simple and save $60 and just fill out one permit. I got a general concern, and I don't think this is just going to be with your department,
Yeah.
but you know, I guess inflation's getting a little better. I think 2.7 was a number I heard recently, and you know, your department's going up about tenfold on that. So, kind of wondering, you know, like this advertising budget, is there an alternative to the Courier? I mean,
You know,
can
the
we
Cour-
start saying we need, you know, our advertising and our notices
Yeah.
in for less cost? And, you know, same thing with some of these dues and subscriptions. How critical are they? Can we start telling them, you know, we're just not going to carry this subscription. It's not too critical.
Yeah. The advertising costs, I will tell you, are much cheaper than the New Haven Register. I came from New Haven. We were spending about $20,000 a year on advertising. The Courier is a bargain compared to that. Until the state government somehow jettisons the newspaper lobby, we're going to have to be advertising in the paper. Some print, it has to be local print. And the Courier is that only vehicle for that now. Dues and subscriptions are professional organizations that we need to belong to in order to maintain our continuing education and our credibility as a department. So that's the American Planning Association, American Society for Landscape Architects, the Connecticut Association of Zoning Enforcement Officials, and it includes my licenses. It will also include Abby's once she gets certified.
Okay, I mean, the dollar amounts are not monstrosities, but 280, what's advertising, it's 259% increase, it's pretty substantial.
That's volume of average notices as well as
Yes.
price increases. And as recently as yesterday at a CCM legislative committee meeting, I was in attendance. One of the legislative initiatives is going back at the legislature on removing the requirement that they be published in a newspaper. And there's some optimism that this is going to happen this year. So that would be helpful.
That would change the.
Because this is not the only place where you're going to see advertising in public notice.
Yeah.
The Selectmen's office has a significant budget for those kind of notices.
Yeah, but there, you know, the increases in costs across the board
Yeah.
are pretty significant here.
All right. Yes.
Can I have opportunity? So first of all, I want to say we do have narratives for almost all the department heads. We didn't get them up, but we'll get them up on board so you can see them. My question for Anne is, from last year's budget, we carried over $6,000 for training that you have available to you.
I haven't seen that in the budget.
It's not going to be in your it's not in your budget.
Ah,
So, it's because it's a carryover, it's in a separate area. So we do have that $6,000 set aside. So my question is,
can we?
because of that, could that be reduced?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I just didn't know if you needed the 6 plus the,
No, I didn't. because
and we'll
I-
be sure
I
to
didn't
get her that
see
account
it.
number.
Yeah.
We'll get you
because
that
I
account
didn't
number for
see
that.
it. I didn't, I was like, well, it's not there.
Apologize for that, but we'll get that to you. Yep, so we do have that available, so.
Anything further for him?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tony, come on back up.
Should we try to keep people's schedule and save some questions from here?
Yeah.
Way over.
Let's get a few questions. It's limited, and we're gonna write them down. We'll submit them.
If you get questions to me, I can divvy them out to the department head. Or
You'll be the contact point then?
you bet.
All right.
Then everybody.
Sure you want to volunteer for that?
Well, because everybody, that way, if the questions come to me, then I can send the questions and the answers out to all of you instead of individually that.
Makes sense.
Welcome back.
I am Sonia Reefworth. I'm the Director of Health and Department Head for the Health Department, as well as with the WPCA. We do supervise the WPCA's Tech Pollution Control Authority. I didn't do many major adjustments to my budgets from last year, and I can go from the bottom up because it's good, going up further. We reduced $500 from our maintenance because we no longer have that kind of trucks. We did give it back to Public Works. Our WPCA tech does not in the field as much as the one that we had prior. So we thought it was, economically feasible to economically smart, just give back the truck and reduce that line item. Also for uniform and clothing allowance, last year you had granted us some for our WPCA tech, but again, this person's not going in the field, so we reduced it by the amount that you had granted last year. Office supplies, we did a slight increase just because we just shuffled offices around, and I'm sure that there is a slight increase in products in general. And then the last thing that I did increase a little bit was the certified lab work. And there was a reason why I did that. Oftentimes, well, sometimes we get complaints, and one of the things that we have to be careful with in the health department is making sure that we have a chain of custody when we do a water analysis or a sieve analysis. It doesn't happen every day, but they do. Having this test protects the town by a lot, and it also takes us out of any kind of a disagreement between neighbors, between developers, between just anybody.
There's a very recent for that, the calls came into my office on someone who lives next to, the, Guilford Village West. Well, the amount of blasting and some concerns about their, well water. They had 3 young children. But quite honestly, went back and forth, but, Sonia did a great job of finally explaining to them. They had their own tests done that weren't validated. And custody, that's important, particularly when we start talking. And when we start talking to lawyers, now we don't often get in between developer or a resident. That's a neighbor dispute, but there are health issues to do, and
Yes.
this is a prime example. And we provided 2 tests for them, just to give them a baseline, an honest baseline to go work with the developer on.
Yes, correct.
What's that, Village West?
So health department just does restaurant inspections, and one of the things that, and as well as septic analysis and soil testing and complaints, and the EPCA works with, the pump out ordinance and quite a few other things, escrow accounts. There's a lot we're cleaning up and bringing up to date. That takes a little while. Last year, I mentioned this before, our biggest milestone was getting 2 certified food inspectors. That took almost a year. And one of the ways that we handled the increase with the permitting system and trying to get those permit checks on is they were in the office training a lot. So you saw me in the field almost every week when doing temporary events. I prefer not to do that this year, especially when we know come May, June, we're going to be told we need to take some time off. So now my sanitarians are now full and do certified, do restaurant inspections. We'll be able to divide them out. And I do suspect that they're going to want to take time off so that they don't lose it. It was pretty much an all hands on deck since May.
Can I ask you 2 questions?
Sure.
Sorry. So one thing that stood out, very conservative budget, by the way, thank you. Taxpayers appreciate it. But one of the salaries is having a pretty big jump, and I was wondering if you could talk about that one, I think, for environmental health technician. And I think the other subject doesn't show up in your budget, I think, but you're going to get the benefit of half of the part-time permit tech. And then I'm kind of curious, how are your permits coming in? Are you getting in more than historically you have in the past?
I'll go for the first one first, question first.
Okay, yeah,
And,
one at
I
a time
believe,
is probably the best way to go.
I'm sure Mitch, I was working with Mitch on this one. So one of our sanitarians, as I said, she got her certified food certification. It's about 5 years. We hired her pretty much to train. And for 5 years, we've been training her to become a fully rounded sanitarian, which means certified lead inspection, certified for pool operator. But the big one is our food certification. And it takes almost a year to get right now for whatever reason. We switched to the FDA code. So that has a bump in her salary. To get a sanitarian, a fully rounded sanitarian, it's like you just can't. And you're looking at 90 to 100 grand. And that's can be conservative for an environmental, like a chief inspector, et cetera. Like building, our field's dying, and DPH is actively trying to get people into the field. We use interns. I'm actually talking to a school in the next month or so to get some more interns here. And I do love free health, but having trained certified staff out there is extremely important, especially when we're talking about public health risk.
I think that's excellent. Thank you. Yeah, that's a really great reason. Yeah, you want to keep people who keep improving their skills, things like that.
She's amazing. Can't say
Yeah. I guess what do you have to comment on the other issues?
Sure. So, in general, the environmental health work is getting really complex on the shoreline. So maybe not as many permits are coming through, but the complexity of the permits are pretty key right now. We have flooding issues, we have intense rainfalls and stuff, and depending on the year, it's a wet year or not a wet year, it can increase how many failures we have. So the permitting system does talk about numbers, but not about the actual work behind it. Another one is water treatment, wastewater disposal systems. We increased in those. That's a good thing. That means people are treating their private well water.
I'm sorry, you increase what?
water treatment, wastewater disposal systems.
Yeah.
So when you have a private well and your water isn't potable to drink, you put, and that treatment leads to backlash. And like 2 or 3 years ago, we got jurisdiction of it because of reduced subsurface with septic as well. That is a permit that I have seen increasing, but it's also something that we have to now do multiple inspections for. So you'll see 20 increase, but that may mean 40 or 50 visits that year that we'll have to do.
Okay, I think I'm following you. So within one permit, the work's more complex. You're visiting the site more often and doing more inspections.
Yeah, like for example, a permit to construct, that is a soil testing, that's a review of a plan that's going out for multiple final inspections. It's a review of the as-built at the end, and it's an issuance of permit to discharge. So 5 steps for one permit.
Okay, and maybe a year ago, that would have been one visit or two, or
A year ago wasn't as complex as it's getting now, say that. But it always was a lot of inspections. It really always was. The temporary events, I would have to say, is the one that increased the most. We've got a great Parks and Rec, and she's doing a wonderful job, but we did have a quite increase in events. So that is multiple inspections on one permit. If it's like a 2-week event, or if it's a week, 2 weekends, even the Gilbert Fair, even though it comes in as one permit, it's actually 2 or 3 inspections.
okay. Thanks a lot.
Anything else?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day.
Kevin, come on up. Resources.
Small.
Morning, Kevin.
What do you know? So natural resources budget, the natural resource department implements the town's environmental conservation and land acquisition goals as outlined in the conservation commission's natural resource inventory. And planning and zoning commission's plan of conservation and development. Environmental planner or natural resource office, serves as a town and the wetlands administrator, and the enforcement officer, tree warden, GIS coordinator, green coordinator, aquifer protection agent. Environmental planner is the staff to the Ag Commission, Conservation Commission, Ag, the Guilford Green Committee, Land Acquisition Commission, Tree Advisory Board, Lake Quantified Subcommittee. Natural Resource Department oversees stewardship of over 2,700 acres of undeveloped land for the town-owned land, and which has 26 miles of trails and 5 agricultural licenses. Basis behind the numbers here. I also, as everybody else indicates, I myself conducts reviews of septic permits that come through, zoning permits that come through, and building permits that come through, which are exterior to the building. And you'll see those when you get the sheet with a summary there of how many a year of those. But it contains salaries. These are all contractual numbers there. So I have no play with these. So these are all contractual. There's one number, I'm not sure if you corrected that, which was a you were numbers backwards for the board and secretary committee.
Yes, thank you.
Wow.
That's why I was off.
Dyslexic.
Yeah.
I do that. Numbers, spent and travel isn't much change to that. This in case I go somewhere, I need to pay a parking lot fee or something like that. So that's in reserve there. GIS budget hasn't changed. I moved play with some numbers within it. I need to upgrade the platform behind one of the things, which is a new number in there, but that got balanced out within the line item, should we say there, to maintain the same as last year. Trying to keep everything without as much increases as I can throughout the budgets there. Advertising notice, as I indicated, going up a little slightly on that because of increases last year. If you look at my budget, it actually was under budget, so I increased it at 500. That sounds like I didn't get the notice, but it sounds like I might be under that again if the newspapers have increased our requirements there. Contracted services, basically we have a manager, Lake Quantified, helps out with managing Lake Quantified, and then testing the stuff that we do of the lake, which is about $2,700. The increase in that is $20,000 to that line on them there for microfilm and scanning of the wetlands files. Last time I did that was about or so years ago. And this may be, the last time I may need to be at least microfilming the files due to the, state requirements. This is one of the benefits of our online software. If I have this correct, if we receive information digitally, we do not need to produce a microfilm of those documents there. So that's the savings that's gonna be coming through in the future. This is basically cleaning up the cabinets from the previous stuff, and hopefully beyond that, we won't be dealing with this, microfilming, requirement there.
Kevin, the state still requires microfiche. We can't just go straight to digital.
Requires microfiche, correct. If it's a paper copy that came into us, it
can't
requires us to convert it to microfiche.
You can't just.
Even though we scan it in and have it as a scanned document, the state is really weird that the library, or whichever sees it, say library,
Okay.
requires that to either be the paper form being retained
Yeah.
or microfiche, which is a permanent thing, which can be put through some sort of viewer, which is obsolete now, but
I know.
they still require
All
it
right.
to be on microfiche.
Maybe they'll step into this century at some point.
At some point.
But if it comes
So,
in electronically, we don't have to do.
if it comes electronically, we do not, that's what the great thing of the permit system is, so we'll require them to download all their stuff directly through our portal. So all their PDFs and stuff come that way, and we'll still require a couple hard copies for the download on, but since all the information, original information comes in through the portal and digitally, my understanding is we don't need to then future microfiche those files there.
Quick question, it might be for Mary Jane. And I guess this is so small that maybe it does belong in the operating budget, but is there any train of thought that this is a capital project, like a one-time?
I already made a note for me, technology funding. We did the other scanning work.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, I was gonna,
So I'm already making notes on,
Is that a possibility that this is?
Not capital though, to fund balance.
it. Right.
That's
I
not
mean, this is
capital.
one project where it came up after our town hall south did a bunch of office moves and realization that I have a bunch of files in there which I need to scan, which is, so that happened between the capital budget and this one, so I
Okay,
threw it in here for discussion and as Mary Jane.
yeah, 'cause you
can,
gotta get it done
figure out
somehow, right?
how we can finance that correctly, but it's an
That whole line item isn't scanning, it's just a part of it.
Just the
Correct.
increase,
Just the
the 20.
increase.
Right, just the added 20.
Yeah, just the 20, so the regular 2750 is what we've contracted services
Okay, so
last year, and it's been paying off with this consultant's assistance with Lake Quantified there. We're actually as you notice in the capital budget, we're able to reduce the area we're treating, and we're coming out of this.
Lake?
Out of Lake Quantified, correct? Yep.
Okay, yeah,
And Lake Quantipoc there, we're out of this budget here, we'll be paying some money to the ag station to go do a full lake survey to actually quantify, map how well we've been doing, hopefully, and hopefully then can narrow down the treatments even further.
Okay,
With the data there.
I was gonna ask about that. If
Yep,
there's
so
some
we're-
kind of endpoint or at least it's dropping off.
We're dropping off, it's gonna be as anything weeds in your yard, you're gonna be hitting the small pieces, but you're not gonna have the big weed infestation type of things. So we're hoping to get to that point.
Okay, so by observation, you can see it's starting to work.
As by observation, yes, we're starting to see it work there.
Okay, and then on that microfilm question, I would assume that your department's not alone, right? Maybe other departments are facing this.
Building department does it, planning and zoning, health department, all of us, so.
Yeah, we've done a very large scale scanning project specifically for Town Hall South. So this is just a continuation and hopefully final steps for that.
Work our way up.
Okay, I have
And then,
another question.
in there, or I just finish
Sorry, I
through here
might
and
be
then.
jumping to the tree line.
All right, maybe I'll work your way down, that's the next one down here. So
All right.
office supplies, would be a slight decrease in that from previous budgets there. Looking at what we've been spending and looking at where some of these things are identified to be used in another line item I have there, especially with boundary signage and conservation easement signs and stuff like that. Those I can utilize out of the land stewardship fund at the bottom there. So those are I figure I can eliminate some money there to help with the budget. The tree line item She indicated, $150,000 I'm looking for. There's, even though I didn't spend last year full way, I got caught up with other bigger projects, a big wetlands, application, which we're reviewing on top of preparation for 100 trees being planted with a contractor for that. So I kind of got, behind, and other stuff, with that. But we're looking at, we just went through a big ash decline. We kind of got through those bigger things, which helped increase the budget there. We're looking at coming up. Remember, this budget is looking at 18 months out from now, even though we're in the budget process now, we're looking at, there's a beech leaf, issue, and there's a, becoming a, the beech trees are gonna be our next issue, with problems along our roadway, and we actually have a large number of beech trees, compared to ash trees, which we may, we need to, take care of.
Should come up with a number, Patty.
So that's, hard.
How did you come up with that number?
Those are, it's just what we, our numbers have been working with in terms of, looking at past, history here. Last year was an anomaly, went under, but the past history is that we've been spending almost $150,000. This is been an anomaly this past year in terms of number of moves. As I indicated, I got caught up on another project. Unfortunately, that
Yeah.
stuff standing.
The methodology for coming up with that number, is it in your narrative? Like, will we see that when we get the narratives, or?
No, it's just based on past history there.
Is it percentage or units? Like if you're looking at it, you're looking at a percentage increase, or you're looking at a unit that is so much per tree, although I know that's probably.
It's hard to do. I just
It's hard to
basically,
do
it's
based
basically
on
history.
science,
It's basically,
It's an estimate of history.
Estimated history. It's not
Just
based on.
Give us something we can sink our teeth into. What's the history that you looked at that made you think this is gonna be 150? And I know you can't answer that now, but
Yeah, I can pull up
I
the
know you
past,
didn't pull it out of the
I could-
air.
I can pull up the past 5 year or whatever, analysis of,
Whatever you did to come up with a number.
Yeah.
So we'd like to see.
And I'll note that I have some carryover money for that too, so I might be able to help with this increase.
I was just gonna ask that question, out of the 137.5 for this current fiscal year, do you expect to have some left in this budget that, will you spend the whole amount this year?
I'm hoping to spend it out. There's a lot of work out there. I just gotta get myself on the ground to do it.
So,
And the other thing too with this is that we're, with all the plantings that we just did and with all the plantings that the garden clubs assisted the town with over the past 15, 20 years, we need to also move into, from tree removal also within this budget to tree maintenance of making sure these trees aren't hanging into the sidewalks, trimming them away from the wires, properly shaping them, to ensure their health. So even though it says tree removal here, we actually, with the tree advisory push me is actually some of that money towards maintenance of these roadside trees out there, by a licensed arborist.
So you're getting towards kind of the subject matter of my question. I believe that it's kind of my perception that the public benefits a lot when you clear trees that might bring down power lines and storms, or obviously bring down a tree that might cause some danger falling in the road. So, most bang for the buck there. But I always wonder with the electric bills that we're getting, is the utility company doing their job to clear these trees? And I think you've told me sometimes you tell them they have some trees.
Yeah, if it's within this trees, when close proximity, touching the wires.
Yeah.
I go after them first, assist them, or actually have them assist me with those removals there. Past year they haven't been as aggressive as they've been in the past couple of years before that, where they've done a large number of heavy removals. The last project we had was on Long Hill Road, basically from, I'm gonna say Han. No, actually, no, it's closer to most Redcoat, all the way up to Route 80, and actually continued all the way up Long Hill up to around Wilbur's and stuff there, of heavy removals that they were doing for neighborhood, for their system there.
So my point is though, I don't know how much of this is the work you're doing and the cost that you're incurring to remove some of these trees, but can we take that burden off the taxpayer? Look at the electric company and say, this is really should be your job.
We've been pushing what we can with them. Like I said, they have a 8-foot window around the tree.
Okay.
So anything that really comes in that close, I start talking with them, because it becomes safety for the crews we have. You have to be electrical certified and stuff like that when we're close proximities to these wires, especially the high tension wires at the top of the poles there. So I do work with them, and they do assist with those. When you get back those 8 feet from their pole there beyond, which were a lot of our trees we've been dealing with. And then a lot of the storm damage we have are becoming now, since the power company's been doing some pretty good work on a lot of these roads. So there's a couple of roads which we still have issues, which we've been trying to push them for, which is one has been Westlake Avenue, which has been a trouble spot. They show in their data there isn't an issue. We're like, every time there's a storm, there's a creek coming down Westlake Avenue. They don't seem to be picking that up in their somehow data or plain list or something like that.
Feels like the north section of 77 too. I've been up that way a few times for a storm, and I saw a couple of trees now.
Yeah, there's these areas which somehow I'm not sure how they choose them and stuff, but we try to direct them, especially when we have large outages and stuff. We try to direct them in those spots there. And sometimes there are trees which are outside of the town right away. And it could be 30 feet onto our property, so then fall and take out the wires. We have no real control over those in terms of the system there.
Good. Again, Kevin, I look forward to seeing your analysis on how
Yep.
you arrived at that number. Just a couple of
Yep, we'll
points.
take care of that.
Can you also incorporate into that analysis the impact that the Public Works Department has had in terms of the budget does with the truck and also a licensed arborist? My assumption is that that's absorbing some of the work that was used to be farmed out. And then secondly, your current tree maintenance budget through December of the 137,000, you have 101,000 left. So there, and I know typically it's post winter.
We usually get into there's the rates drop a lot of contracts. I'm trying to push. You actually see in our next probably reports,
Yeah, I have.
some big numbers coming in.
Down to 89 like today.
Not 89.
Yeah, that's,
So they didn't, you didn't know that. Okay.
but
good.
we had
Just
some
If you could include that.
recent tree work happening. You see some invoices coming from A&L, Bartlett, and Don's Tree Landscaping coming through. But I'll take a look at it. And one thing I have to know, like I said, Public Works is great, except for they're only like smaller hazard trees. Their truck is limited at about 30 feet up.
That's
So they're doing a lot of tree trimming and branch trimming and stuff like that for their plowing and stuff like that. But these larger trees, where a lot of my stuff is from, has to be out to a company which has a 65, 70-foot bucket.
Kevin, I hate to push you out.
I'm fine.
We've got, the last four items are pretty
The last ones are self-explanatory there. By getting a little, one thing I want to note here is coming up. I'm about to send an email to Mary Jane is recently actually yesterday I got notice from the Connecticut Land Conservation Council of membership fees there, where I used to be able to sneak some services through that agency there.
Yep.
They're a great organization. Now they're municipalities used to sneak services pretending as outsiders to the land trust there. They're for helping or assistance in some of their services there. They now have fees. They're now imposing on municipalities. I'm talking with the Conservation Commission, their upcoming meeting, but we may have a adding to the dues membership of $500 fee for that. For membership there, it's based on they were structured based on your how much money you have towards your permit to operate within that realm. So I'll provide that to Mary Jane to look at, and I can look and see if there's ways to flatten that within the budget or not.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Just one little separate.
Good. All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Yep.
All right, we are running behind, obviously. Lynn, you have family service? Morning.
Good morning. My favorite time of the year.
All right, so our budget for this year, I tried to keep most of the line items flat or with slight increases. I think I did a pretty good job of doing that. Our biggest increase, as you can see, is our full-time salaries due to the negotiated GEA contract. Some salaries went up quite considerably, which really boosted us up. So if we look at the bottom line, which is $913,818, and subtract the projected revenue of $199, you're left with the cost to the town of $714,018. It's to be noted that the salary line item would have been much higher, but we worked very hard at using grants to offset some of that. So some of our major grants to offset that, we get $22,859 from DCF as part of our DCF contract. Another is from the contract that we have through CYSA, which is for JRB, which is now called Youth Diversion Teams. It's not called JRB anymore. 16,720. And we're also, as we did last year, because it offsets the prevention coordinator salary, using some opioid grant money in the amount of 8425. So our salary line item would have been much higher. I think all of the line items are pretty self-explanatory, unless utilities went up or cost of goods went up. I tried to keep everything pretty flat. I wanted to talk about the impact that our work has on the community, which is pretty impactful, actually. So we served 301 children this past fiscal year, with almost 3,700 clinical appointments. That's a lot of appointments. We saw an average of 96 clients for the year. Our referral sources come from parents, police, school for clinical and prevention services. Our high school-based clinician saw 68 students, and our Adams clinician saw 17. We had some administrative issues there that we've worked on with the school system, but that Adams school clinician is now also being used at Baldwin Middle School, which is very exciting for us, as Baldwin's been a tough nut to crack in the past. But we have a principal there who's a pal. So that works.
Looks at things different.
That worked. We had 11 separate programs, series, and we saw 670 participants. Our one-time events, we had 21 one-time events, reached 6,100 participants. So that's a lot of people that we've reached. The GPD collaboration is morphing a little bit because of our social work, our SWAT clinician. Right, and I want to talk a little bit about that. We're getting less CDCB callouts at night and on the weekends because she's there, and because she can head off a lot of things before they become callouts. We used to do domestic violence home intervention program where we do a lot of referrals. That's morphed into family disputes where she saw 26 cases. So it's changing, and it's not written in stone. It's very exciting to see how it's changing. She saw this past full fiscal year 171 cases. 171 cases that the police didn't have to deal with because there's social work in nature. So I think I uploaded this. If not, I think I did. So one of the charts that I uploaded, the swap outcomes, if you take a look at that, the green line, 78%.
See it on their onboard though.
Oh, you're not gonna see it. I can send it out. Yeah. But you're
It's
just
not
gonna,
on onboard.
okay.
I think I put it on there.
I can send it to you so that we can put it on there. So comparing both years, 2 fiscal years, from her being full-time to compared to part-time, she had direct contact with 78% of people as opposed to 64% the previous year. People who declined resources declined from 11% to just about 4%. She was able to not reach, went down from almost 20% to 15.5%. And the cases still open are about 1%, which is about right. So that means she's closing a lot of cases. She's seeing a lot of people and closing them all. The other thing that's very significant with her position is a lot of the calls or the issues that we took care of were during roll call as opposed to ride-alongs. So 64% of roll calls went down to 50% because the ride-alongs went up from 39% to almost 50%. So when there's a call, she gets in the car with the cops and gets taken care of. So less and less is happening when she goes and attends roll call. So I think it's very significant for that position, since it was a new position full-time as of last year. I wanted to make sure that we knew, what the numbers look like.
Great. Thank you for that. Any other questions?
Yeah, you have the resources you need. You're happy with your wait times and scheduling and stuff like that.
Yeah, so as far as revenue, which was my next point, last year I asked that we not increase revenue from 199 on up. And it's a good thing that we didn't, because I'm a little behind right now, only because it's one of those cycles where we discharge a lot of kids who graduate from high school, because we only see kids up to 18. And so we actually discharged a lot of kids this summer, which is a good thing. They're doing well, they're going on to college. And so now we're building back up. So we're probably close to about 90 clients again, which is, to me, a revenue of 199 is where we should be. So I'm happy with the resources, because we still use our students, MSW interns, and that's how we can do it. And we have a couple of contractors. Yeah.
I got two questions. I'm hoping to keep to a minimal amount of questions, but I wanted to ask if you expand on the contracted services line. It's not going up enormously, but what impact did that $4,000 increase?
So we're never sure of the DCF money that we're going to get. It depends on the legislature. So last year I had put that in to put more of our theater costs in there, because we run a very large theater program that probably costs us close to $20,000 to run, and it's all run on grants. And so last year, because we did cut the budget, we took that out. I put it back in this year. Again, because we're never sure. And
So it's
DC,
extra money for the theater program?
it's not extra money. It's money
Less
that I'm
grants.
moving from grants over, because we're never sure of the grant money that we're going to get from DC.
Okay, in anticipation of perhaps losing $4,000.
Right,
Right, so I just want to make note that you're going to see a theme throughout all these budgets.
Yeah.
Departments made major cuts.
Yeah.
3% doesn't sound a lot, except when you have a small budget. So a lot of the cuts that were made last year, you're seeing come back plus for this year.
Right,
So
right.
that's where some of this is coming from. So she reduced her budget last year to make up for that 3%, and now it's coming back.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the only thing that I brought back from last year, because I feel that it's very important. DCF now has new administration that are creating a lot of issues for our youth service bureaus. So I never trust that the money's going to be there. They're playing around with that money.
Okay, my other question is about revenue. So Youth and Family Services is one of the departments that makes some revenue, which is great.
Mhm.
Have we ever increased the fees for Youth Family Services? Or
Fees are based on.
stayed steady for how long? Or
Fees are based on industry standards. So I can't, if I'm charging $40 for a session, I can't start charging $200, because that's not what the industry standard is. So if you go out there, there's a range from maybe 90 to 110, 120 that people out in the community charge for the same services. So you can't go crazy on those fees. Besides, I could charge $150, but I'm still only going to get $68 from Husky. So it doesn't matter what I charge.
at the end of the day,
At the end of the day,
program's going to pay you X
Right.
dollars.
and then that means that the extra cost then falls on the client for copay, which a lot of them can't afford.
Okay, well, I don't like increases much at all, and especially when they're out of line.
Neither
with
do I.
inflation.
I like
But
my
I was wondering
dollars.
if we haven't,
Yeah.
we've been charging the same amount for 10 years, maybe a small amount was increase would be
You
palatable.
can't do it.
Okay.
Anything further?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll say. And then there's something.
All right. I'm assuming PD's outside.
I'll get them.
Call 911, they'll come.
I bet they would. About 8 minutes.
Oh,
Which is probably excellent. Hey.
Morning.
there you are.
I have more people.
Chief, morning, Chief.
Hello, good morning.
Bring any friends with you?
I did, I brought a couple. Martina and Bob Welsh are coming.
Check another chair.
We're talking about the budget today, right?
Oh, this is that target practice.
Check another chair.
You don't want to.
You got it.
It's just about over.
We're waiting for you.
How are you?
Behind.
Oops, sorry. Morning, folks. This is Dylan. Hey, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Chief. Floor is
Morning.
yours. Floor is yours.
All right. I always say this, I'm gonna try to be brief.
That does that too.
I know we have a lot in our budget every year. And I look forward to the opportunity to present in this workshop because it gives us a chance to really not just talk about issues for this coming fiscal year. You're also gonna see some requests in here, particularly surrounding personnel, that are intended to present the concept, and also give the opportunity to have some dialogue and, put in front of the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, for decisions down the road, to address some community needs that, we believe need to be addressed. So with that being said, I'm gonna jump right into the, first line, police salary line. A majority of the increase there, about half actually, is related to contractual, increases that were agreed upon in the recent negotiation. Those increases on the salary standpoint, we believe brought us more in line with what officers are getting paid in the region around the state, to keep us competitive. As you go down on the police salary line, I have a presentation regarding two positions. I'm going to be brief in my presentation of those because I am sensitive to your time today. One of those positions is for a full-time police officer, to cover a traffic officer position. This would be a full-time position, for an officer to be working exclusively on traffic safety issues in our community, which we believe is one of our most pressing needs here in Guilford. It's certainly something that my office, as well as the Board of Police Commissioners, hears about pretty much constantly, if not daily, weekly, for sure, and on a monthly basis at the police commission meetings. We have a lot of issues that are presented from various neighborhoods, to try to make the roads safer in town. Previously, we've addressed this concern by we have a part-time ancillary assignment for some of the personnel, where they do traffic safety initiatives and help out with some of the support for the front office and the police commission with making decisions about traffic safety issues in town, which can range from conducting speed data studies, taking a look at crash history, and then also doing enforcement as well. This position, as I envision it, would be somebody that 40 hours a week is dedicated exclusively to this. They would be able to work with our other traffic safety partners in town here, including the fire department, public works, town engineer's office, and also engage with some of the community partners that we have to be able to really hone in and give this subject of traffic safety a lot more time that it deserves, rather than it be a part-time assignment or an ancillary assignment. Certainly even for the front office of the police department, this just simply can't be the only thing that we work on. And a lot of times it does take a lot of time to do a lot of the necessary follow-up. So this position would essentially be helping out with education, enforcement, and supporting engineering endeavors, which are really the three areas that you want to target when you're looking at traffic safety issues. So the next position is a fraud investigator position, which would be a detective position. This is a growing area of concern, not just in Guilford, really statewide, nationwide, around the world as well. Really, it's fraud-related crimes are definitely becoming more prevalent. It certainly is affecting our community in a major way. You'll see in ClearGov, I attached a very robust document that was put together by our detective sergeant regarding some of the financial crimes we've seen over the last several years since about 2020. Over that time frame, from 2020 to present, we're looking at about $8.7 million worth of losses to residents and businesses in the town of Guilford related to financial crimes. Those are
8 million?
over 8 million. That's actual losses. It's difficult to capture attempts. So there have been numerous attempts where, we see somebody who's an actor online or over the phone, and they're trying to get millions of dollars out of people sometimes. Sometimes it's not as much as that. We see it as a rising community need. It's certainly something that takes a lot of time away from our patrol division, which a lot of times they get the initial complaints and have to do as much of the follow-up as they can before we're kicking a lot of these cases over to the detective unit as well, which, as you know, from discussions last year, they're already really at their max. And, we even with pulling someone from patrol this past year to try to help in the detective unit, they're still operating at full cylinders. Very challenging cases. There is, in that letter, there's a case study at the end, which I think highlights a lot of the investigative steps that our detectives take when they're working these cases. We don't simply document these things and just say, well, go to your bank and go try to figure it out. We do a lot of the work on the back end to try to bring these cases to an arrest if possible, which we've been successful several occasions. This position, the way we envision it is that it's another detective position that would be with us in our detective unit, focused exclusively on these cases, working with patrol, working with our community. Again, there's an education component to it. There's also the enforcement and investigative side of it. And there's also opportunities which we would be exploring to partner with some of our federal agencies locally here in Connecticut. There's a lot of resources available, and our federal partners, FBI, Secret Service, in particular, they've been more open as of late to having part-time assignments, which are very advantageous to a smaller department like us that maybe can't afford to send somebody full-time, but the part-time assignment gets us in the door. We can work with these agencies, and then when we need to ring the bell and say, hey, we have a big loss, we need a lot of help, we get put to the front of the line when we need to get resources. So, again, just wanted to, I know the challenges that you're all facing. So I'm not naive to that, but I wanted to, those two areas in particular, have the conversation, put it out there. And,
Chief, I just want to back up the chief on particularly the traffic study. I'm less familiar with the broad stamp. A lot of that we don't know the details on. But on the traffic study, that is a consistent claim to our office about speeding, traffic safety. Had another near fatality with a pedestrian over on New Sill and 146. It's a constant refrain about better managing pedestrian traffic. It's there. And I know our Safe Streets Task Force has done a lot of work with you, and there are some possible couple of demonstration projects that have been done, and maybe some changes to some of the road configurations coming forward as well.
we have a lot of work that's ahead of us. I actually started establishing monthly meetings with a lot of the traffic safety stakeholders. We meet once a month. We get everyone in a room. We're usually in there for a couple hours because there's that much to talk about. And there's a lot of challenges that our community is facing with respect to traffic safety. Those are complicated issues because when it starts to get to engineering, now it becomes financial, and we have to figure out, well, how do we afford to do all these things? And how do we be fiscally responsible with where we're trying to direct our efforts? Having somebody who can be doing that full time and getting all the data that we need to support data-driven decisions for when it comes time to come in front of the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and say, hey, we need money to re-engineer this road. This is the best solution that we have. We want to be able to give you the most ammunition, so to speak, to be able to support those decisions.
Great, thank you.
Move into the next line for civilian wages. This includes general wage increases. you will see on there, we currently have two of our dispatcher positions vacant. We're still attempting to fill the fourth position. We actually have somebody lined up to start next week, so we'll be back up to three dispatchers. We're working still to get to that fourth, which we have been endeavoring to do, and we've been having some setbacks. But that line is essentially general wage increases for this coming year.
Fourth dispatch for someone we added last cycle.
Yes. On the overtime line, again, this is we use a 3-year average. We take a look at what we've spent the last 3 years, and that's the number that we asked for, knowing that we may have to adjust that during this budget process.
Just curious, do you happen to know how much we're absorbing this cycle in terms of overtime? Are we on track and on budget? Or
Good question.
So we're a little ahead of where we would like to be, at least percentage wise, with what we were allotted.
Okay.
But we are working. We have some of our overtime right now, which I've talked to the police commission about, is we've been using some grant money that's being passed through the state for speed enforcement. So once those adjustments are made, we should be on track. Certainly, we're trying to do our best to work with what we have in the budget so that we're not going too far over. A lot of times those numbers though reflect staffing. So right now we have 39 out of 40 positions filled, which is actually really good. And that is very helpful when it comes to keeping our overtime costs more in line with what we had budgeted for. Years that we go over, you'll see that our salary line is also low. So we're making up for it. And you'll see that also on the replacement line as well. So it's really contingent on our staffing levels. It's kind of where we end up at the end of the year. Typically it balances out. So if we are under on salary and we're a little over on overtime and replacement, they balance each other out. So.
Okay. I'm trying to think with the new contract, I guess the devil's in the details, but I remember that situation where you started looking at officers who worked a couple of days in a row and a certain amount of hours. Is that going to start to impact overtime and replacement costs?
There's always an impact, but I think the situation you're referring to is a lower frequency provision in the contract. I think that's.
I'm trying to remember. It's one of the first times I saw some of the details, but it looked like you were looking at officers who were working consecutively a lot of days with a lot of hours, and then realizing that they should qualify for some overtime.
So that provision in there is for when it's involuntary, when we have to order people to work.
Okay.
Those days, so that if they're volunteering, it's different. It's normal overtime. I think you're referring to a provision if we have to order somebody.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
On both.
So like in my
that's okay.
not perfectly.
It took me years to get a good understanding of it.
Details in that contract.
Yeah, quite a few. So, so the next line with on-call stipends, that's strictly contractual, and that didn't change from past years. So that area wasn't touched. We pay a lieutenant, a detective, and a detective sergeant to answer their phone and be available for deployment if needed for anything that comes up during a week. Training salary side, we did our best to keep this line pretty close to what we had last year. There's not a big increase here. What's really helping us, which you'll see later on in training and development, is the proliferation of these online platforms that really help with some of these classes that we can do in an online setting. There's still several classes that we have to do in person that have to be covered. And then some of the classes on here, you see pretty low amounts on there. Occasionally, we do need to cover replacing somebody so that they can even do some of these online classes because we have to take them off the road so that they can do it while they're on duty. So somebody has to be able to come in and cover that. But pretty nominal increases in that area. The replacement line is similar to the overtime discussion. Again, this is a 3-year average. Understanding that there will probably be discussions after this workshop regarding that number. But we base it off the 3-year average and we kind of go from there. So
Are you also ahead on those numbers, on that number this year?
You're at 40% through December.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well there. And again, that is because our staffing's good right now.
Good.
So that's always very helpful in that area. But when staffing goes the other way, that number can jump up pretty quickly. So
And that's straight salary, no overtime in that number.
this replacement line is overtime. So this is to replace somebody that is not showing up for their patrol shift for one reason or another. They're booked off sick, on vacation, whatever that is. When we're down staffing,
Yeah.
we also need to meet our minimum staffing levels. We have certain rules for how many officers we put on the road.
Right.
So if we drop below that, we need to replace up to that number. But when we have enough staffing, what it does is it gives us a buffer where if we do have a couple people that book off, we don't get to that point where we have to pay overtime to replace them until a certain point. So
Although the role might be slightly different, the hope is that the additional person.
the people that we're asking for are going to be outside of the patrol schedule.
Okay.
They would be on an administrative schedule working these other assignments.
Okay. So, all right, admin doesn't really come into it. It's grown a little bit proportionally, portion of total salaries, regular salaries from 11 to 14%. But I know you're on a 3-year.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Sick leave exchange, that's contractual. We have 2 personnel that are at that mark for next year and consistently hit that mark. They get paid for 20% of their sick time in their bank over the time that they're allotted to have. So, and they do that annually. Special events line, I kept this flat. The only reason why it went up, I kept it flat in terms of the number of officers we're budgeting for. The only reason why it went up is contractual obligations. So the rates went up. Education, the increase you're seeing here is just the 2 new positions. If we are able to get those, we would budget for bachelor's degree on average for a new hire. So that's what the number is there. Utilities, I know is always a talking point. And last year, I know we cut this line down a little bit. The year prior, we cut it down. This past year, we ended up around 79,000 for the year on our utilities. A lot of this is driven by the electric costs for our buildings. So hopefully, down the road, if we're ever able to take a look at solar for a new building, hopefully we can bring a little bit of cost control to this and have a little bit of a more stable platform to work off of for utility costs. But for right now, this is where we're at, just basing it off of projections from this past year and trying to also meet expectations to keep this line down as best I can. So, gasoline, we were able to cut a little bit from this line this year. We are starting to see an effect with the hybrid vehicles on patrol. So we budget for about 25,000 gallons of gas. We normally come in below that, but we always want to be prepared for, if we're at full staffing, we're going to have more people on the road. If we have major incidents, things like that, we do want to have that buffer in place. There's also occasion where at the end of the year, if we've gone over what has been negotiated for the town for gasoline, sometimes we get hit with the premium costs multiple times the last couple months, where we're paying a higher rate for the gasoline. So I feel very comfortable budgeting with this amount for this coming year, knowing that those other scenarios come into play.
Can you say that we're getting a higher rate for fuel? I thought fuel had been dropping, at least when I go to the pump.
So the rate that's negotiated annually did go down. However, when we hit a certain point, it's only for a certain amount of gallons for the entire town. When we go over that, we start getting premium payments and premium costs that we have to pay,
discount,
which is a higher rate. So,
And it's less expensive to pay the higher rate than it would be to pay the storage for the gallons that we don't use. So we try to we want to use every gallon we budget for.
Yes.
Right? I'm saying that correctly. Darlene does the gas.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
usually only a couple of thousand gallons. I mean, it's not significant. Otherwise, we have to store it. We have to pay for it up front and then pay storage fee every month.
Right. So
It's
that
a-
little bump that he's getting at the end of the year actually is less than it would have been had we not used the gallons.
it just scares me when
I know. Yeah.
But we usually, because we get gas delivered very frequently. So the first time I got one of those bills, I was like, oh my God.
We pick on the police. We give it all to them.
But it affects everybody. But that's why we budget that way. But we are seeing, at least on the patrol side, the the mileage per gallon use for the vehicles is definitely pretty impressive. We're happy with that. Administrative side, for administrative vehicles, it really is not offering much of a benefit. So maybe a discussion moving forward. I could use myself as an example. The vehicle I had prior to my current vehicle, which is now a hybrid, I was getting around 23 miles per gallon. With the hybrid, I'm getting about 21. So you see that it's not for an administrative vehicle that's just driven from point A to point B. Maybe not the best decision moving forward, but we are going to look at it for patrol. It makes a lot of sense to do it. So
Also the wear and tear on the engines for during high runtime. Right?
yes, and we on the administrative side, we don't have the idle time, which is what really saves us on the wear and tear, and also does better for us just in general.
So the analysis was 21 with the older vehicle and 23 miles per gallon with the hybrid?
So I actually had a gas only vehicle.
Yeah.
First, I had a gas only vehicle and I was getting 23 miles per gallon. And then this past year with this vehicle that I'm driving now, which is a hybrid police, it's the same vehicle that we have for patrol cars. It's the same exact vehicle. I'm getting 21 miles per gallon roughly versus the 23 I was getting with the other model.
So it's so counterintuitive. I mean, I'm pretty surprised to hear this.
It's just it's the type of driving.
Yeah.
I'm not out patrolling and sitting idling in places. And, if my mileage is mostly I'm driving on back roads where the hybrid, is, maybe kicking in here and there, but it's not as helpful as it would be for a car that's constantly driving all night on a shift. So it doesn't make much sense. You would think that there would be the other way, but the way they're designing some of the gas only cars now, they're making them more fuel efficient. The prior car I was driving would turn off at an intersection if I'm sitting stopped. Things like that are still in play with some of these other cars. It'll be something that we could talk about
Okay.
down the road.
Interesting.
Next line for electronics and communication. Only change here is tied into, and I can talk to Mary Jane a little bit about this as well. Thought about in hindsight, this may just be better under service contracts. But there's for the fixed LPR system, we'd be having the SIM cards that are what's needed for the connectivity to be able to connect that to the network for those devices. And it would be roughly $8,000 a year to pay for that service on a monthly basis per camera. That's the only change in this line. Understanding that item in the capital
Follow
budget.
that a little better. The SIM card will allow the camera to what?
It's similar.
To
So your phone,
cell phone network?
yeah. So your cell phone has a SIM card in it
Yeah.
to connect to a data network. Very similar. We need to get those for the
So you
cameras.
transfer video real time over the cell
Yeah.
phone network?
So it'd be that whatever images are captured in data from those cameras has to go to the secure network so that we have access to it.
Okay.
That's the way that you have to do it. There's a cost associated with that internet
How
connectivity.
does the data get from the camera now to the central computer?
It doesn't because we don't have them. We don't have.
These are-
cameras.
You get the request.
This is
So
for
you'd
the,
have to actually
so-
just take a
so this is for the
disk out of the camera at the end of the day to see what's on?
These are
This is for the
completely
fixed-
different animal.
yeah, this is for the fixed license plate readers that we put in our capital budget.
So if
We
he
don't
gets,
have
if he
that.
gets the readers, if you approve the capital budget for his LPR,
Yeah.
then he needs this increase for the SIM card. But it's
Are you thinking
it's
the body?
a piece of
cameras?
equipment we don't
Yeah, I
have
was
yet.
thinking about cameras.
So we have a
These are
couple.
the fixed cameras for the license plate readers?
Yes, they're totally different. For the body cameras, we have a couple different ways. The vehicles, when we plug in our body cameras and our fleet camera, when we get to the station, they can upload because we have modem set
All right.
or a router set up. And then in the station, when we take these off and put them in a dock, it also downloads directly through our
Gotcha.
network in the building. These fixed LPRs they would be out at various locations in town. They need to have that internet connectivity to access the secure network to be able to get that data to us. That's how that would have to work. So that's why that cost is in there.
Yep.
Again, that's
Thanks for
directly
the
tied to that
clarification, by
capital
the way.
request. So. Building maintenance. Really, I tried to keep this one pretty close to what we have every year. We have had rising costs with HVAC in particular. As you know, it's an aging building. Some of these costs are going to continue to go up as we're continuing to look at the building improvement project. So, but I didn't increase this line by too much. It's a couple $1,000s just to cover a lot of these extra bills that we're getting for just more and more services that we need to keep the building functioning. Service contracts, main thing I did here was I bumped up the Safe Fleet body worn camera and mobile video line to cover the addition, if granted the positions, we have to add more body cameras. So that's really the difference there. A lot of the other stuff, I've tried to keep it as flat and controlled as possible. Knowing that a lot of these vendors are reaching out and upping costs. Sometimes they let us know, sometimes they give us a month's notice. So did the best we could here to keep this one in line. Uniforms and clothing. This is probably one of the bigger ones on the non-salary side. We have contractual obligations increased with the contract, upping the uniform allowance for the officers. Uniforms are getting a lot more expensive. So there, as part of the negotiation, it was extra $300 for each officer, patrol officer, and
The
sergeant.
is up 300.
Yeah, it went up 300. So, that increased a little over $10,000 overall just for that. Accounted for potentially having 2 new positions. And then there's a little bit of a bump under vest replacements. The vest replacement line here is to cover if we have any defects while a vest is issued within a 5-year period that we need to replace a vest right away. Outside of the replacement line under capital, this is for if, somebody tears the vest, they have to jump in the water and it gets exposed to salt water or something like that we have to take a vest out of service and we need a new one. And the vest costs have been rising. So we had a little sticker shock recently and we worked with our vendor to get our pricing back down to what our expectations were. But we know they're going to be up around $1,500 per vest on average. So that's all accounted for in there. Copier leases and supplies. Darlene's in the room, so I'm going to give her some props here. This line has gone down substantially because of her negotiation with a new company to provide the service. So you'll see a substantial drop here. We're really happy with what we have right now, and just wanted to give Darlene credit for that. Was a really good job townwide, and you're going to hear it from probably a bunch of departments today that she saved us a lot of money. So police medical, I cut $300 from there. We're using another vendor for our post-employment psychological exams. So we're required by state statute to send a certain number of our officers every year to go meet with a clinician and get a wellness check. And then we also send our detectives throughout the year. So we were able to cut a little bit there just because we are utilizing a new vendor that was a little bit more affordable. Office supplies, I cut $1,000 there. Again, just trying to do what we can to cut corners where we can. And this is, really paper and other things that, we're trying to take a look at other places, not just the standard vendors that we have used, to see if we could save money where we can. So operating supplies, it's a nominal increase. It went up $157. So I tried to do, again, just reshuffling in there and doing the best I could with trying to keep that in line, understanding that the budget will be tight this year. Computer hardware, I kept that flat. Special investigations, I kept that flat. The only thing I'll note here is that our administrative fees that we're getting charged to send search warrants to some of these cell phone companies in particular, they're charging more and more fees now for us sending a search warrant to get information. You would think that they just are compelled to provide the information, but they do charge fees. Some of them could be $50. Some of these cases, we could be looking at $500 bill by the time it's done or more. And that comes out of this line. So I do expect in the future, we're going to have to increase this as we continue to do more and more search warrants that are going to require payment to get the results. Training and development, the main driver here for the increase in this line is the online training platforms. So wasn't happy to get the notification that the line, one of them that we used was going up. But then when you look at the package that they're offering, it's substantially what we were getting previously that we had negotiated with the company. We're getting access to their full library of classes that they offer, and a lot of those can be used for some of these core recertification classes for the officers. And the way this saves the town money by spending money here is that when we can have the officers take this class online, we don't need to get them all in a room at the same time to be with a physical instructor. We can budget it out where when we have no replacements on a shift, we can have the officers schedule where it's not costing us overtime on the training replacement line. It may take us a couple months to get officers through a class, everybody through the class, but we get it done. And our goal is to do it with zero cost coming from our training budget. That's always the goal. Again, sometimes we may have to cover shift here and there, but that's the main driver there for increases.
And the array of courses is amazing, the
Yeah.
opportunities that you have of different subjects or topics that they can explore, and some of them are mandated, others are, there's some great opportunities there.
Yeah. Motor vehicle maintenance line, not a huge increase here. You know, what we do see is, as with everything, costs of parts and things are definitely going up. Repair costs for vehicles, so increase this one just slightly to cover for some of that. And on the revenue side, really just to talk to you all today about this, with the recently negotiated contract, we did take the opportunity to raise the contractual costs for what vendors are paying for vehicles when they do ask for a vehicle. We brought that up to $40 from $30 an hour that we're charging, again, to help offset some of these increased costs that we're seeing for vehicles. And then what we're also looking at is for this coming year, part of the negotiated contract was that officers working an outside duty job will get sergeant grade pay. From that gets charged to the outside vendor. But where we see an impact, and we'll see an impact moving forward, is that our percentage for the administrative fee charged for these outside duty jobs is based off of what officers are getting paid and what we're billing. So that should go up. And then we're taking a look at what other departments are charging, and we're likely going to increase our administrative fee in July. I might bring it up to 15% or so. We're going to take a deeper dive and take a look at that. But again, it's to try to just bring us in line with what other towns charge and try to bring some of that money back to support the budget. So,
Can you go back a little bit to that administrative fee? What is that exactly?
So we charge 10% currently on, so if we bill for an officer to go work a road job for the phone company,
Okay.
we bill that. The phone company they pay for the officer's hourly rate. They pay for fringe benefits, which is all calculated into what rate they pay per hour. And then there's a 10% fee added to that, which comes back to the town.
Help administer that.
Yes. So, and it's to offset on our end, we have to manage all that in the department, and that money comes back and it helps offset the budget a little bit as a.
All right. I got a couple of questions. I don't know if I was supposed to do them now or
We
later.
we are fully a half hour behind here at this point, so I'll give you one question now.
All right. So the new additions are really, the questions are stemming from the new additions.
Yeah.
So one question would be, have an opening, that opening be your patrol officer who specializes in traffic, and then you wouldn't have to have a new position?
So,
Would that be a
you mean off
possibility?
of the authorized staff that we currently have?
Yeah, just blend that into the staff you have now, because you have an open position, and maybe change that, say we want that to be a position that maybe pays a little more, but has this expertise in traffic safety.
Yeah, so the intent here would be to not pull anyone else from patrol. I did already pull somebody last year, anticipating that we would have a fourth dispatcher by now, which would be helpful schedule wise for replacements. But to keep pulling from patrol, we end up seeing it in the replacement line. We end up seeing it in the available staffing. Certainly we want to try to have as many officers on the road as we can on a regular basis, because that service that's being provided, we don't want to run at minimum all the time. When you start pulling more from patrol, that's where you start running at minimum more often. It affects the officer, certainly. It affects the quality of the investigations, their response times. We certainly want to try to keep those numbers up. I don't feel comfortable pulling more from patrol right now, which is why I'm presenting these as new positions. because this won't affect what we're doing on the road, which is already, we're trying to accomplish a mission there. We got the detectives trying to accomplish their mission in the detective unit. And if you start pulling pieces away from that, it's just going to pull from those areas of critical need. Patrol is the backbone of the police department. So we start pulling more and more people out of there, you're going to see, civilian complaints rise because the level of customer service isn't meeting community expectations, things like that. So I would be hesitant to do something like that. This is an ask. It's an area of critical need. That I believe traffic safety with the fraud investigations, those are two huge things that we're dealing with right now.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, I'm sure there'll be some other questions coming forward. We'll send those along. MJ, to probably.
All done,
Thank
Dylan.
you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we got fire stations outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you? Sorry.
You guys go to the cell phone.
One more chair.
Morning.
I figured. We're gonna scooch over and give you one more chair. Got three? Scooch one more chair in.
You can.
Sure. Pardon us. Are you? Good morning. Good morning. Sorry.
Thank you for. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Pretty late and I couldn't. Sure. A lot of people want to know.
Gonna get you a card.
You're trying to start here, folks. Trying to start something here. Really?
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, Dean, how are you? Mr. Chairman, you starting things off?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Good morning to everyone in person, online. For those that don't know, my name is Kenneth Wilson. I am the chairman of the Board of Fire Commissioners. Also representing the fire department and presenting today is our Fire Chief Fire Marshal Michael Shove. Also joining us today is Assistant Chief Jim Considine and Assistant Chief Clint Haverkamp. Before we get into the budget numbers, and I know you have them on ClearGov and everything like that, I would ask you to indulge me for a minute. I'd like to read a budget letter that was prepared from the commission to the respective boards. And then we'll be more than happy to present the budget and answer any questions that you have. Okay. Members of the board, at its January 6, 2026 meeting, the Guilford Board of Fire Commissioners approved and respectfully submits for your consideration the fire department fiscal year 2026-27 operating budget in the amount of $6,741,262.92. This budget is the result of a comprehensive review of year-to-date expenditures, 3-year historical spending trends, contractual obligations, mandated requirements, and the continued operational demands placed on the fire department. This proposed operating budget incorporates the changes from the department restructuring plan previously presented to the board and is intended to stabilize core operations while maintaining current service levels. Over the past 3 consecutive fiscal years, the fire department has experienced operating overages, primarily driven by sustained increases in emergency call volume and the resulting demand on personnel and resources. Emergency responses have continued to rise across all service areas, including emergency medical services, fire suppression, motor vehicle accidents, hazardous materials incidents, marine and dive responses, and mutual aid requests. These increases are no longer isolated in nature, but represent a consistent and measurable trend. As call volume has grown, so too has the strain on existing staffing levels. The department has been required to rely more heavily on overtime and replacement staffing to meet service demands, particularly during predictable weekday peak hours. While the approach has allowed the department to continue providing uninterrupted emergency services, it has contributed to budgetary volatility and recurring pressure on salary-related accounts. The fiscal year 2026-27 budget reflects a deliberate effort to address these realities through more accurate forecasting and alignment with actual historical spending. Adjustments to overtime, replacement salaries, vehicle maintenance, operating supplies, and building maintenance accounts are based on 3-year averages and real operational experience, rather than aspirational reductions that have proven unsustainable. Contractual salary step increase adjustments are also reflected where required. Ambulance transport revenue continues to be a significant and stable source of income for the town. Ongoing improvements in medical billing practices and system efficiencies have allowed the department to remain current and on target for the fiscal year 2025-26. For fiscal year 26-27, the Board of Fire Commissioners recommends a conservative ambulance revenue target of $1.101 million, consistent with recent performance. A separate subsequent presentation will outline a recommended EMS staffing plan during peak hours that would support consideration of an increased revenue target. The fire department recognizes the challenge of balancing fiscal responsibility with the growing demand for emergency services. The proposed operating budget represents a necessary step towards stabilizing recurring expenditures while preserving service reliability, fire safety, and community protection. Following the base budget presentation this year, and as a separate item, the department will present a recommended EMS staffing plan focused on peak weekday demand hours. That proposal is intended to address a specific operational pressure point within the system and reduce long-term reliance on overtime and callback staffing. The presentations are intentionally sequenced to clearly distinguish baseline operating needs from targeted service delivery enhancements. The Board of Fire Commissioners is confident that the proposed 26-27 operating budget provides the resources necessary to maintain essential fire and EMS services for the residents and visitors of Guilford, while also reflecting a responsible and transparent approach to managing sustained increases in service demand in the town of Guilford. With that being said, and again, that was unanimous with the Board of Fire Commissioners. With that being said, I'm going to turn over the presentation piece of the budget and answer any questions that you may have for to our Fire Chief Michael Shove.
Morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Morning.
So my first plan as part of the baseline budget was to go through the normal account lines like we do, talk about those, the increases, the driving factors in each of those. And then when you're ready, you'll put forward a presentation for the recommendation for a proposal for a third ambulance during peak demand times for the fire department. But that second part directly correlates back to replacement salaries, building, maintenance, and all of that stuff on operating. So our full-time salaries account, or increase $76,752.34. The increase is due to contractual step increases. So when somebody goes from like a C level to a B level by the contract, there's an increase in steps when they move. Also reflects the EMT to paramedic classification increase. We, over the last year and a half, we've had one of our EMTs going to paramedic school, and he successfully completed paramedic school and is on to medical control, and that will bring him to another paramedic within the department. The last piece of that is with the additional recommended restructure, that also absorbs the remaining part of the assistant chief position, second assistant chief position. Part-time salaries is minus 20,559.96. This reflects the decrease as part of the restructure and the elimination of the part-time inspector position within last year's budget. So we decreased there. Commission clerk, Karen is going to get extra $36 this year for her hard work at the commission and taking meetings. Thank you, Karen. Overtime is an increase of $11,127. And that is based on our last 3 years of actual overages over the last 3 years. Stipends is increasing to $3,050. The increase is per the contract for the EMT going to paramedic. So him going from EMT to paramedic increases that. Replacement salaries, recommended increase of $145,151.33. And that also reflects the 3-year average of the replacement salary account. Fire marshal, we increased that by $600. The reason for that increase was the need to purchase updated new code books. So the codes change every 3 to 4 years. 3 to 4 years, and we need to get a new set of books for the fire marshal's office. 2 new sets of books. Correct. Yeah. Civil preparedness, 0% increase. Utilities is increase of $12,952, increase for town contracts and finance department recommendations. And then the additional, we have additional shift filling software. One of the things we're going to try and do for within midstream this upcoming budget is adding 2 additional lines to our budget. One is going to be proposed contract services. Things like technology services that we pay on July 1st and are good for the year subscription. Working with finance department to stand up those accounts and break those out of next year's budget. But as of now, that shift filling software in the utilities line provides a greater capability for all shift filling and managing daily schedules and operations. Fuel, $5,000 increase to the fuel line. That's directly related to increased call volume. And over the last 3 years, we've continued to see that trend, which we'll talk about in the next presentation. Building maintenance, the increase reflects the 3-year average. This is $22,453.53. This is one account this year coming from last year to this year because it looks more significant. Is that account line did not receive any increases last year. That was the same amount we had last year from last year's budget. That reflects the 3-year average of all 3 years. Radio receivers, no increase. Copier lease service, we have $4,000. We are at the point where we own our copier now. We're not paying the lease through with finance department. So that $4,000 is for repair and maintenance, which we've used maybe about half of it so far this year, but we're not paying for the lease. We own, the fire department owns it, and we're just trying to maintain it as long as we can before we have to go back into another lease for an upgraded copy machine. So far it's sustained. Health and welfare, increase of $2,324.12, and that's our contractual increase with our vendor. So that's for annual physicals, psychological examinations, anything that's related to health and welfare for onboarding and sustained reevaluation of firefighters. Fire prevention, no increase in fire prevention. Operating supplies, again, reflects the 3-year averages. Increased cost of operating supplies, EMS, medications, replacement equipment, and also our burn rate over the last couple of years that's continued to trend upwards for operating supplies. Marine division, no increase. CMED membership is an increase of $12. CMED is our medical direction we use Valley Shore Emergency Communication Center. And when the ambulances respond and go out to hospitals and transport to the hospitals, that's our communications network that provides medical control. Sometimes I just want to clear the acronym up, but that's med control. Education and training, no increase. And then vehicle maintenance, increase of $19,742. And that increase is directly related to the 3-year average, increased call volume and vehicle responses.
Well done, Mike. Mitch?
Guys, want to bring everybody's attention. This is the first major contract major department looking at. The contract is open. So we have a new contract. So the IFFF, we expect to see further salary increases throughout the year, which the money is in reserve for personnel, just so you're aware.
Good.
And we'd like to note that the difference in the number you're seeing on your paperwork and what they presented for full-time services, salaries, they've taken out $11,000 for a grant that we don't have reflected in our numbers, but we'll make sure that that gets taken care of.
Fix that.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I think we're going to dispense with the questions on this right now. I think it's important that you go through the initiative that you talked about, which will impact several of these line items going forward. So, if you would.
Great.
Sure.
So,
I had a sneak peek of this last Friday, I believe.
Are there enough copies for everybody?
one last.
You haven't, okay, just want to make sure you have them
This is
more
an
than.
updated, front cover sheet to what we,
One extra who
so this reflects, this reflects the presentation you're about to receive.
This is not.
But no,
This is not.
not.
Work on that.
Go ahead.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I had the privilege of meeting with and Mike last Friday. Suggested proposal first delivery and that went into it, and also the rationale. Can't get the same a little bit that with the imposition or the change to this model, there is an opportunity to drive significantly higher revenues on the revenue side, to the point that those revenues will cover the incremental costs associated with this initiative. So, and more than covered.
Yes, more.
Right. So, floor's yours, Mike.
All right, thank you. So I included, there should be 3 documents: an executive summary that I presented to the Board of Fire Commission, a PowerPoint packet that I'll walk through and explain kind of what's going on, and then the last sheet is a revised budget for proposed budget for recommendation with this in there.
Do you have any copies of that?
That should be.
Oh, Jim's got it.
Okay, so the executive summary. Over the past 4 years, the Guilford Fire Department has experienced a sustained and measurable increase in emergency medical services call volume, with the highest demand during weekday daytime hours between 9 to 5, 9 o'clock to 1700. This increase has resulted in frequent simultaneous EMS incidents requiring the activation of a 3rd and 4th ambulance through callback staffing. While this approach has allowed the department to meet the immediate service demand, it has created ongoing operational and financial challenges, including reoccurring overtime expenditures, unsustainability and replacement salaries accounts, reduced in-town fire suppression coverage, and inconsistent compliance with NFPA 1710 staffing standards. So NFPA 1710 is the number of firefighters we have if a fire comes in that respond and show up. Operational data confirms that peak weekday EMS demand is now a predictable condition rather than an exception. During these hours, the routine deployment of the North Guilford ambulance outside its primary district has significantly reduced both EMS and fire suppression coverage in that area. This practice increases response risk, strains personnel, and impacts overall system readiness. To address these issues, the department recommends implementing a targeted, cost-controlled staffing solution by assigning a 3rd ambulance. Medic 3 is the 3rd ambulance for us, what we call it, during peak weekday hours using part-time EMS personnel. The unit would be staffed Monday through Friday from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. The recommended model would reduce reliance on callback staffing, stabilize overtime expenditures, and improve district level coverage. District level coverage meaning North Guilford District or District 2, the north section of town, and enhance compliance with NFPA 1710. Financial analysis indicates that recent staffing overages are directly tied to increased EMS activity, activity that has also generated higher than projected transport revenue. Increasing scheduled ambulances availability during peak demand periods is expected to reduce overtime volatility while capturing additional billable transports, partially offsetting the program. This recommendation represents a proactive, data-driven response to evolving service demands. It balances fiscal responsibility with operational readiness, strengthens townwide emergency coverage, and supports the town of Guilford's continued commitment to high-quality public safety services. I'd like to go through the PowerPoint and talk about some of the driving factors and get in a little bit further depth. Everybody has one, right? Okay. So the problem statement in this is Guilford's current EMS staffing model is increasingly strained by rising weekday call volume, resulting in costly callback staffing, reduced district coverage, and impacts to fire suppression readiness. Our purpose statement is our recommendation to the board establishes a targeted part-time staff, third ambulance during peak hours to improve coverage, reducing overtime, and align the resources with the community demand. So on page 3, call volume, in the last 4 years, I broke out the left side, looks at all 4 years and total calls. So that's overall calls, but then I broke out just the EMS calls for all 4 years. And as you see from 21 to 24, which we've talked about at the Board of Finance hearings, is what's driving some of this overages. And we continue to talk about staffing. What's the best staffing model? But there's no doubt the last 4 years, EMS call volume and call volume in general continues to move forward and go up. The second, fourth page, call volume growth in the 4-year trend and talk about response times. So I put the slide in there. I always try and talk about the SAFER grant in 2018. So prior to 2018, you can see the response times for North Guilford, which we talked about, were up in the 13 to 13.5 minute response times. With the implementation of SAFER in 2018, we were able to reduce those response times townwide below the 9 minutes, which was our target for having advanced life support on scene and fire suppression personnel on scene. And as we migrate forward to 2024, you're starting to look at the North Guilford District 2 times start to continue to increase and start to creep towards the 9 minute mark. So over the last 5 or 6 years, that's continued to move forward. And primarily because that second ambulance has been out of district. And when when that second ambulance in North Guilford comes to downtown or anywhere else in town to transport, we're now back to responding from headquarters to North Guilford. Peak demand. So we looked inside of our electronic patient care reporting system. So this is our transport system that we track all our patient data. This peak demand window, we identified the 9 to 5. So obviously that time period is our highest period that we have increased demand on the EMS system. And then the days of the week, the next page shows it's Monday through Friday. Some of the driving factors for that are doctor's offices, medical offices, 10 Boston Post Road, 109, like the facilities and stuff like that. As EMS and doctor's offices Monday through Friday continue to increase. Another one is like the CVS Minute Clinics. A lot of the Minute Clinics are now being used as doctor's offices. When people can't get appointments, they will go to CVS, and when something's significantly wrong, CVS calls 911, and we end up
Transport by ambulance
out of CVS. And we looked at that data over the last four years. And, we were doing when the 2020 is when they switched to the Minute Clinic. The demand was low in 2020, maybe obviously COVID was going on, but 26 calls by 2022. But we're all the way up to, what was our number, 62 calls in this past year for demand to just that single location. So as the businesses and activity change within the business, so does the demand on the system, which normally we wouldn't plan on transporting ambulance out of CVS, but it's now become a normal thing. Our current operational challenges, increased call volume. So EMS incident volume continues to go up year after year for the last 4 consecutive years. Multiple simultaneous calls. So when we get one, we usually get another one right away, or they're happening back to back to back. We can't schedule them. And then our call analysis in ESO identifies that weekday 9 to 5 is our peak, and then Monday through Friday. And that creates frequent callbacks for Medic 3 and Medic 4. So Medic 3 and Medic 4 are non-staffed ambulances. We have 4 ambulances total. We don't staff the second 2. Those are set up for callback, or if one ambulance goes down, it's a reserve to slide another in, or to get Medic 1 or Medic 2 back up. The trend directly correlates to the rising EMS demand. Another part of the problem is geographic coverage impacts. So North Guilford, where the geography we're able to fix with staffing that station. Now what's happening is 40% of the time during that peak demand window, so 9 to 5, that second ambulance is out, which leaves no coverage in the north section, which increases response times and everything. So that leaves immediate EMS coverage and available suppression fire coverage for North Guilford. They're not there. So it's going to be that back to the 13.5-minute response times during those peak hours, 40% of the time. So 1710 readiness concerns. So impact on suppression. So how does the EMS demand affect the fire suppression? When firefighters are deployed on EMS transports, in-town fire suppression strength is reduced, which means that normally during these peak hours, oftentimes we get both ambulances out, which when we staff 10 per shift, that drops us now down to 6 on our effective response force when both of those ambulances are out on transport. So maintaining personnel in town is critical for fire ground staffing minimums and safe initial fire attack operations. Recommended staffing model, we're recommending that staffing Medic 3, which kind of is a picture of what the ambulance looks like, 2 part-time EMS staff. So the EMS staff would not have firefighting duties. They would be the first out ambulance, which preserves our Medic 1 and Medic 2 next up for second out and still third out. So we're still going to have 3 ambulances. It's just the tiered approach of utilizing the EMS only Monday through Friday at a fire headquarters.
That's the primary.
As the primary, right? So then that helps fix the firefighting problem, keeping the EMS staff and keeping them in the station, and also the geography of North Guilford, maintaining that last ambulance as a third ambulance out. So we're trying to keep that tiered approach and maintaining coverage in North Guilford and keeping those times to keep coming down. Staffing types part-time. So the idea behind that is no or little to no benefits, costs, controlled growth. So as growth happens, we can add additional part-time staffing as needed based on the demand of what the demand looks like, and using the data to trend that. Existing part-time roster. So we have,
Mike, that's not one person, it's not 1 or 2 people, it's a variety of people covering these positions.
That's correct. Yeah. And I was going to talk about
sorry.
that. Branford. We're not reinventing the wheel. The wheel's been invented. But yes, that's not just hiring 1 part-time person. That would be having a list of part-time people, like per diem, as they can come in and work no more than 16 hours or below 19 and a half.
That's why there's no additional benefit costs.
Correct.
Can I interrupt your rhythm for a second too?
Yep.
Can they cover OT and replacement costs for other EMTs on weekends?
No.
So they were, the idea is that we're keeping the costs lower because we're not putting them in structural turnout gear. Our biggest demand is EMS. So we're looking to address the EMS problem here. They wouldn't be able to fill in and put a firefighting costume on because cost of that per person goes a lot higher.
Okay, I'm following. Let me let you continue. It's unfolding.
Okay. So we currently have an existing part-time roster. So we would work with the union just like they did in Brantford, and I'll talk about Brantford because they've been doing this for a while. We have the ability to work with the union, and we have the ability to hire part-time staff to help do this. Okay, so the budget, how much is it going to cost? So our recommendation for 2 part-time EMS providers per shift, 40 hours per week during those peak hours, 52 hours a week annually would be 4,160 hours. And this hourly rate cost is an average of the full-time salaries. We could potentially leverage some savings we're going to not pay them the full, you know what I'm saying? We're going to pay them at a lesser rate, not what a full-time firefighter EMT or firefighter paramedic would make, because they're not doing firefighting. So that hourly rate, we're looking at $158,080 for the annual for wages for this. One-time soft costs. So the startup costs of this, we're going to have to onboard. We're planning on 12 part-time people. So we'll have to bring them through physicals, backgrounds, uniforms and also do training, which is a total of $43,740. So for the total first year program startup costs, we're looking at about $201,820. Obviously, moving in forward in budget, we would not need those soft costs essentially to get the program going. It'd be lesser, depending on how we're maintaining 12 and how's the program working. So cost overview, control measures, adding planned staffing reduces costly callbacks. So we know when we have a problem. So we're looking to plan on up staffing during those peak hours with just EMS staff, decrease the volatility in the replacement salaries account, increased unit availability, and also increase billable transport revenue. So us having a third ambulance, oftentimes when we can't get crews or we're bringing back people, we're going mutual aid to Madison, to Brantford, to other towns as part of mutual aid agreements, just like they do for us, which essentially is lost revenue. But every town has a little bit of, when they get busy, everyone has mutual aid agreements to contact the towns next to them. But potentially if we're staffing 3 ambulances now, that's going to give us a better chance of keeping our own revenue within town. Comparable model. So again, as I said, we're not reinventing the wheel. Brantford Fire Department's been, they started staffing their 3rd and 4th ambulances during peak demand years ago. And they since transitioned to full-time EMS staffing positions over the last 2 years within their staffing model. But looking at another town, it demonstrates and recommended structure is operationally tested. So we're not the first ones in the world to do this. It's scalable. They started with a single ambulance, 3rd ambulance part-time. They ended up going to 2 ambulances and sometimes 3, depending on the availability of part-time staffing. And it's a realistic pathway to phase growth, system growth. So measurable outcomes. What do we expect if it's approved to implement? Last year's staffing overages were directly linked to increased call volume, which also generated revenue overages. Our current revenue this year is audited approximately $115,329 per month. And if you annualize that over the 12 months, we have a target revenue will be $283,948 above our target revenue this year. And obviously the hopes are to be above that as we keep moving forward. And again, more available ambulances, potentially more captured revenue. Expected measurable outcomes and all overall. Replacement salaries. Right now we have annual overages. We've had annual overages for the past 3 or 4 years. We're looking to stabilize or reduce the overages in the replacement salaries account. Overtime callback, it's high and reactive right now. So we're in a reactive approach. Whenever something happens, we're bringing back people on time and a half overtime. We're trying to lower and make it more predictable based on the data. Benefits expenses, none associated with part-time or limited expenses with part-time employees. And that's a controlled or no increase for those benefits. And then EMS revenue frequently exceeds projections, and this will increase billables and hopefully offset the costs with this program. And then NFPA compliance on Monday through Friday during those peak hours is essentially inconsistent, especially with that North Guilford ambulance being out 40% of the time in the district. This would improve consistency and hopefully lower that 40% and maintaining the 2 people in North Guilford, keeping them more often. So implementation timeline, if approved in the budget for 26-27, we would phase it in starting after July 1st. Obviously, we wouldn't start it right on July 1st, but plan the implementation of onboarding the staffing and then putting the ambulance in place and then continue to monitor over the next 6 to 12 months after that.
We'll go into the last sheet that shows everything.
Which one?
Last one. This is.
Oh, this, you mean it's right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Sure.
the last sheet is the budget with this in there. So the third sheet, and these increases will be reflective in the different areas. Yeah, replacement salaries, operating supplies, health and welfare. That's it. Those 3 areas, the increases would show in those 3 areas of this the last sheet.
Gotcha.
So Mike, you mentioned revenue with this proposal. Is there a revised request for revenue if this were to?
If we implement this program, we're confident that we can hit a target of $1.4 million, which would be $300,000 over the target right now.
So the increase in revenue is more than the increase in expenses. Absolutely.
And we're on target, and we, you know, had this discussion at not only with the administration, but the commission, and 1.4 is we feel is a target that we can meet.
Do we need a new ambulance? We have?
We have the
We have the ambulance.
It's just that it's not.
So can I-
It's not expected to be. So it's a backup plan.
I just want to make a comment, and so the comment is wow, and my hat is off to you and your team, and obviously the devil's always in the details, so I don't be too quick, but you know, some of these numbers are on. This is just one great proposal.
Well, I think that's one of the important things about this presentation. It's all data driven. It's all real data taken out of our transport information, our call volume, what we're paying people. And that's how the plan was came together, the part-time plan. And the nice thing is, as Mike pointed out in one of his slides, is this is something that's been tested. It's been tested right next door to us. And they're in the same situation we're in right now, or we're in. So, you know, it's definitely doable. And we're definitely willing to make that commitment, as I said, to the selectmen, to increase the target by $300,000 to cover the cost of this staffing model. One last thing is it gives the administration the opportunity to adjust on the go. So if they find that it's that another day or another time, they can adjust it from instead of 9 to 5, maybe it's 8 to 4, whatever it may be. I think what you saw in the two slides that he pointed out, the days of the week, is we forget that you know, Monday through Friday, doctor's offices open, right? On the weekends are not, so we don't see the incline there. They're responding more now to doctor's offices for transports. 1590 Boston Post Road. Just go start at Route 1 at Apple Rehab and just go right all the way to Brantford. And during the course of the week, those doctor's offices open and our call volume increases. And that's where we're saying.
Well, I thank you for this kind of spirit and approach, and yes, it has to be hashed out a little, I assume.
Yeah,
But,
what I would ask is,
Great proposal.
we will be having some budget workshops with just the board, as we try to make the adjustments. Assuming you guys will make yourself available, to meet with us during that time. Any other questions?
We may have answered this
First,
question.
sorry, Sandy, should I reserve my questions on the regular budget items for later, just put them in writing?
Yeah.
Staffing for the people that are just going to be the EMT responders. Are they coming from firefighter EMTs now and will just go to the EMT rate when they're working, or these are totally new people that will apply this
It can
particular?
be a mix of both. I'll explain this, I say the Brantford model. So if we have, let's say there's 2 people, you know, 5 shifts, 10 shifts per week, you know, 5 shifts, day shift for an EMT and 5 shifts for a paramedic. So we staff at the ALS model. If we have a pool of 12 people, and the hard part is the next piece is where do we get the people, right? That's the biggest challenge in public safety in general. So a lot of times the same people that are doing the part-time work in Brantford, in Madison, in Clinton will say, hey, I'd gladly go like to work in Guilford and I'll get on your part-time list. But what it means is like for Brantford, they can't put the person in Brantford more than the 16 hours a week because they need to keep them at the part-time, no benefits rate. So sometimes people will say, hey, I want to work a shift in Brantford today. Honestly, it's the same probably pool of people across the entire shoreline that are working part-time EMS across the entirety of the system. So that, and your question was more directly related to can a firefighter, a regular firefighter or EMT on the floor work the position? And in Brantford, yes. And in Guilford, the union is going to have some level of, hey, we have X amount. I don't know what the specific number of the shifts is, but they're allowed to work those positions. Yeah. We're going to have to do an MOU with the union with that. But the budgeted rate of this budget is reflective of the union rate. So potentially best case scenario, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but if no one from the union takes all 52 weeks worth of work, the town is saving money because they're going to be paying a little bit lesser rate the entire time. But
Exactly.
that'll ebb and flow over time based on who's raising their hand to do the work. But most likely, you're going to see the same EMTs and paramedics that work part-time in all of these other places raise their hand to take a shift here in Guilford.
I think one of the things that impresses me is this is only the first step. You said Branford already went to a full-time EMS service as opposed to, which is lowering the total cost of service delivery for that particular service. Because we have firefighter EMTs, which are paid here, versus EMS, classic EMS responder. So that's over the long term, this will continue to drive down service cost levels. Yeah. Good. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Here, here.
Very well
Thank you.
done.
Communication real quickly, if anybody has any questions on communication.
That's an easy one. I'm trying to sneak out.
Trust me, I'm trying to get rid of it.
Not feeling the block here.
Once in a while.
So communication, full-time salaries, an increase of $8,330.78. And that was all based on contractual wage increases. The part-time, we remain the same at part-time, $7,321.67 for part-time dispatch. Contract services, and actually they don't see this. MJ, where did you add that line for the contract services? Because that is new for
They do.
When I do see it.
oh, it is. Oh, you can see it. Okay, so that's
Although I
new.
noticed I got changed, I don't do change.
I didn't know. Yeah. So that's new. Say new. Last year, meeting with Chief Massey and brought forward Jay, our public safety IT coordinator, has greater and greater demand on the. It continues to be a lot of work. So in lieu of asking for part-time position or full-time position, last year's budget there was some rollover money. I think it was 20 and something thousand.
On the PD side.
On the PD side, it rolled over on the
Oh,
PD.
yeah.
For supplemental contract IT services.
25.
So this year, we're looking to add that 30,000 for contract to maintain the contract services as demand with police, fire, and communications. So that is new as in this year's budget. Overtime is $134,055.88. That's an increase of $1,212.88. Telephone, a decrease in the telephone count. And I think, so I'll talk about that. The decrease in the telephone account of $35,554.28 is the beginning of the VoIP, the transition to VoIP or to the voice over internet provider services. I am optimistic we'll be able to leverage additional savings in that account, but I didn't want to cut it all the way. But if everything goes as planned, as the discussion with the phone or the switching out of copper and into the VoIP system, that cost will continue to get lower and lower. And we're just getting ready to have a kickoff meeting this month, January 22nd, for the upgrade to the VoIP system.
Rookie question, sorry, Mr. First Selectman, is this the whole phone upgrade across different departments or?
Yeah.
Okay.
The entire town.
This is the impact of that project.
Yes, the impact, and I think there'll be further savings realized, but I didn't want to.
There will. This is only partial savings. The timing.
And timing is
the one-time costs associated with it. So those will be absorbed within this year's budget as well as next year's, the one that we're contemplating here. So the numbers are significantly higher than 35 a year.
Oh yeah. Maintenance contracts. Maintenance contracts has an increase of $13,598.18. Equipment maintenance was cut it was reduced to 0 last year. We're proposing to maintain it at 10,000. That was part of the 2% cut when it was the account line that got taken out of. So we're looking to maintain the $10,000 in equipment maintenance. Office supplies, $50, and education, $250. So no increases to either one of those accounts. So total increase, additional $27,587.56.
Any questions?
Do you want to wait?
Yeah, let's
So far
wait.
behind schedule. I'll try
yeah,
to
we're
formulate them later.
50 minutes. Be a couple minutes more. Can we adjourn for a health break? Quickly? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
How so far gone the break?
Mike, you should put those salaries in part-time salaries, not replacement.
Public Works, what do we got, guys?
So I made up, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I printed one off so that you can read it at your leisure.
Thank you.
Instead, okay, so, in the sake of saving time. But in there, you'll see there's a lot of different things that Public Works does to save this town money. We try to pride ourselves on being a department that looks for ways to save the town money. So with that being said, we're gonna go forward with our budget here.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Right.
So last year we had proposed a budget of with additional employees was $2,648,960.20. That was cut. The 2 employees were cut. So our budget without the employees was actually cut again, and it was cut to $2,418,298.12. This year, we're looking for a budget of, with the additional employees, $2,739,881.04. So last year's budget, our budget was cut 8.71%. This year, we're looking at with the proposed, what we proposed last year to what we're proposing this year, it's actually 3.43. We're looking. So we kind of went backwards with our budgeting last year because we had to make such sacrifices, and we cut that from the salt and the overtime. And we're going to be very close this year with those 2 line items because of the cuts. So we're looking at getting those back to where they were or close to it, and then going 3% over that. So we desperately need a mechanic and a foreman or a road maintainer on our crew. We got to cut back to just the mechanic last year, and that was cut out. And this year we're asking for both. So I'll go over the budget first, and then I'll go over our justifications for both. So the only major increases that you see are road maintenance, summer road maintenance, that we need to, we had Beta come in and they graded our roads, and we need to been really aggressive with the way we maintain our roads. We want to continue to be aggressive with that because it's buying us time with our roads. The roads degrade at a really rapid rate. We are in the Northeast. We do have potholes everywhere because of the frost thaw cycles. So we're trying to continue to keep our roads the way they were. Last year, our road maintenance budget for winter was only $50,000, and that's because it was cut from $100,000. So we brought it back up to $91,000 for our road maintenance winter. The price of salt has gone up $5 in the last 2 years per ton. We're really aggressive with calibrating our trucks and our salt usage, and we're doing the best that we can to use as little salt as possible, not just budgetary wise, but also environmentally wise. So we're looking at 91,000, and that also includes our plow blades, cold patch, tack. That's all stuff that we use for our winter maintenance. Our utilities actually went down a little. I talked to finance and I found out our 3-year average. That's our 3-year average right there, $41,426. Our fuel, I talked to finance about the fuel too. That was another thing that we talked about, the 3-year average. That's where our 3-year average is, 76,500. That's where we are with that number. Building maintenance is the same. There are things that garage needs, but we're just putting off because we don't want to raise that line item too much. road signs and striping, we went up, actually, we stayed the same from last year. And the reason for that is we're painting our own lines. We're painting our own stop bars and crosswalks now. A crosswalk costs $400 to paint. A stop bar costs $200 if we have a contract to do it. For one, and the stats are in there, how many crosswalks we can do with one, with 5 gallons of paint, as opposed for $150. It's crazy how much money we save. Equipment repair and maintenance, that line item went down. I talked to finance about it and they were super helpful. Our 3-year average, we usually average in 95,000 in reimbursements from departments. It's actually more like 128,000. So that's why that number went down, because we do that much work for other departments, not just ourselves when it comes to repairing vehicles. The full-time salaries, that reflects adding 1 mechanic and 1 maintainer in that number. And that's why that number is, why you see the jump in that number. Work orders, we stayed the same. Part-time seasonal salaries, and went up just a little bit, and that's to reflect the salary increases, as well as using CDL driver. We factored in 100 hours this year. Equipment rental, we went up $80 in equipment rental. Boards and commission, we took that line item down to 0 because now our new office clerk is our secretary, so we don't have to pay her for that anymore. We pay her, but we don't.
That's why
we don't break any labor laws here. But
Gotcha, Dave. Let's cover it.
okay. Overtime. Overtime. Last year we were budgeted. We were cut to 48,000 in overtime. Going back to the 100,000 that we need to continue the overtime. Overtime always gets lost in the fact that it's not just for snow work. It's for when trees fall. Trees fall all the time. Instead of Kevin calling a crew for $5,000, we're coming in to do it. It's a fraction of the cost. Also, when we have to sweep for our parades, we do that like the day before, or we try and do it that day so that the green looks nice. We want to maintain it like that. Uniform and clothing allowance, that stayed the same. And then even with the new employees, we could keep that the same. The contracted services, that stayed the same. The management of the brush and leaf facility, hauling away to contaminated soils, that stayed the same. We kept that at $40,000. Copier lease and supplies, that went up $100. Office supplies stayed the same. Permits, dues, and subscriptions, that went up a little bit. Our membership to APWA, that went up a little bit. So that's what that reflects. And that membership not just includes public works, that also includes engineering. So Michael and Janice are also members of APWA under that, because you get 4 memberships because of the size of the town. So we give that to them. Education and training stayed the same. It's $10,000. Part of that education and training is one of the things that we do in education and training. One of our big things is we have to have a hearing loss prevention program. And that alone is an OSHA mandate, and that alone is around $2,500 just for that one thing that we have to do every year. A lot of the training too has helped us with reducing all the injuries that we see in our department. Guys, they stop and they pause and they're like, hey, this isn't right, we should do this, and we do it. So we're saving the town money there too. Mitigating all of the workers' comp claims when we're cutting back on all that. And that has a lot to do with their training. Their training is super important to them. Not only that, they're learning new techniques that unless you went to the training every year, you're not going to know. You're not going to stay on top. So they're learning it, and they're like, hey, we could do this for cheaper. We could do that for cheaper. We could do this more efficiently. And that's a big thing there. The stipend, that is for that $1,000, that is for our licensed arborist that's on our tree crew. That's what he gets. That's part of his contract agreement. He gets $1,000 stipend every year to be on the tree crew, which is huge for us to have an arborist on the crew. And then the $7,000 for the savings bank parking lot maintenance. So The budget that we're asking for is $2,739,881.04. That is what we're asking. Now, I want to go into this real quick, not fire department length, please, but quick. So mechanics, we had 5 in 1992. We had 70 plated vehicles. We have 144 now, and we're adding to that fleet. We're adding another 2 plates to that. So we're going to be up to 146 vehicles. So in 1992, we have 5 mechanics for 70 vehicles. We still have 5 mechanics for 146 vehicles. That's just vehicles. Small equipment too, we're over 300 pieces of equipment that our 5 mechanics maintain. And that's it. On top of that, our mechanics, we have 2 mechanics in the shop who have actually worked on fire trucks. So if the fire department were ever in a pinch, we have 2 mechanics who actually know how to work on fire trucks and service them. They worked on them for years. So we have that knowledge base that we like, and we like to keep it. But we do have wait times. There are departments that wait 3 weeks, a month for pieces of equipment because these mechanics are so far behind. They're trying to get everything fixed, and they're moving. I mean, they don't fool around. They're trying to get everything done as fast as possible and as efficient as possible, but they need help. They need another mechanic. Some of the things the mechanics do are in there. Like if you go to the Lathrop House where engineering just moved to, they put that handicap accessible ramp in the back. Well, there was a gap there. The facilities reached out to me and said, can you make something to fill that gap? Well, our mechanics welded an actual railing to put in there. That's fabrication cost. That would be about $1,000 for the town to do. Our mechanic found spare pieces of metal in the garage, and it looks like it came from the showroom. This looks great. Yes, I mean, they do great work. They fixed a book cart at the library. The oil changes for the PD alone. We've done 50 oil changes this year alone for the PD. And an oil change out in town is $110 for the PD. That's just for parts. And our mechanics do it for $36. I mean, the savings is enormous. So we're looking for that mechanic. Another thing that I want to bring up is they maintain the transfer station. So anytime there's something that goes on at the transfer station, they're over there doing that. The tank that they did a couple of years ago, that was a huge savings to the transfer station and to the town. They try and maintain all their vehicles when they're not working. We've as a department, we've looked. PD was getting rid of a pickup. Hey, the transfer station needs a pickup because theirs is falling apart. Let's take that PD pickup and put it there, and let's take the transfer station and put it out to auction. We're looking at that kind of stuff. And it's the mechanics who look at the equipment and will say, hey, we could use this. Yes, we could totally use that. Right now, we're working on a tractor trailer that I got off a state auction for free. It has 35,000 miles on it, and that's for the transfer station because one of their tractor trailers, the roof alone is falling apart on the thing. I mean, it's an old truck, so we're going to replace that. And then maybe it's going to cost the transfer station 1,000 parts to get this truck in there that's going to last 20 years. And that's the kind of stuff that we're looking at Public Works. We're always looking to save money. And one more thing to remember about the mechanics. If we were to take our vehicles, most of them are Fords, we take them to Ford dealership, it's $179. That's the hourly rate just for Ford. We're not paying our mechanics $179 an hour. So we really could use the mechanic. As far as the maintainers go, I went through the maintainers. So our summer crew, our crew, we have 14 maintainers, and that's including 2 foremen. Okay, in the summer, I have 3 mowers, 2 sweepers, 3 on the tree crew, 2 on the vector, and 1 in signs. That puts me at 11 right there. That leaves me 3 guys to do drainage or any other emergencies that pop up in town, unless I cancel one of these things. So, and then on top of that, they only use vacation time half the year. Can't go away in the winter like everybody else. They have to be here for snow. So that's why I'm looking for another maintainer. In the state of Connecticut, on average, every 9 miles, every 7 miles of road, there's a maintainer. That in our town, it's 9 miles of road per maintainer. So we know we're behind. And then we've taken on all different types of tasks for the town that we don't mind doing. We're just looking for support. We now grind the sidewalks, which used to be facilities. We grind all the sidewalks, which saves the town in liability because we're eliminating tripping hazards. As soon as engineering goes out there and identifies them, we're out there grinding. Before, facilities didn't have the manpower to do it. We're doing it. We're fixing the bricks that are the engineering, the crosswalk bricks. Engineering, we look back, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, paid a contractor $10,000 to fix these bricks. She had a purchase order for it. We're doing it now. We have the bricks. We're fixing the bricks so that this gets taken care of. We mow the police department. That was $8,000 for a contractor every year to mow the police department. We're doing it. Parks, so we're taking care of that. We hang the lights. We just took the lights off the tree. That before had gone through Bartlett. We were paying a contractor to do that. We're not doing that anymore. We can do it. We just need the support. Street markings. We're doing the crosswalks, the stop bars, the sharrows. We can paint parking spots. We have gotten calls from facilities for the gutters. One was leaking. Hey, can you use your bucket truck and push it up and bend it back into place? We've done that. We've cleaned gutters for facilities. We replaced all the flags in all the departments, all the buildings, including the Board of Ed. We've gone there. We've done the flags for them. Restrung their poles. They had their climbing course was vandalized. We were over there. We were able to help them with the restringing of that. We did the site work for the building projects, such as for Parks and Rec when they did their Jacob's Beach. We also did it for Bittner Park. We did the site work for that. Thousands and thousands of dollars. We're doing it, but taking on this stuff and saving town money is we're going to start falling behind on our regular maintenance if we don't add the individual. Call before you dig. We're required by law that we have to mark out our call before he digs for our utilities. We've done 1,971 of those this year alone. So even if it's an emergency one, we have to reply within 3 hours. We have to get somebody there to mark that out. We do it because we have to. Just the other couple weeks ago, the Youth and Family Services, they needed a dumpster. Our hook truck has a dumpster. That would have been a $600 to $800 rental fee for them. We just went over to our hook truck, dropped off the dumpster, they filled it up, we brought it to the transfer station, saving them money. We fill the vacancies at the transfer station. The Madison Guilford transfer station, we fill the vacancies for when there's nobody there. Nobody can work that because you need a CDL to move those trucks. We do it. The shade structures at Jacobs, we just removed those for Parks and Rec. Let's see. So I looked at a bill for one of the, we had 28 parking spots and 1 handicap spot painted from a vendor. It was $850. That will cost us $150 in paint, and that's it to do. And then the Chittenden Bridge, we built that. Engineering bought the bridge. We're the ones who put that together and put that there. We're doing all this stuff for town so that we can save money. But like I said, we're going to fall behind on this other stuff if we don't start looking at adding to our fleet. So I'm done. I'll get off my soapbox.
Great job, Dave. Great job.
Thanks.
Great job.
About the Marina project.
Yeah, we're gonna rebuild.
$40,000 savings for the town too.
Yeah, we're gonna rebuild all the wood around the marina. We're doing that. They're gonna order the wood, and we're gonna actually go and do it. We did the door for Mary Jane. We put the door in her office. We did that for her.
God help finance.
Be quick. My name is Mark Larkins. I'm the chairman of the Public Works Department. And I would first like to thank the members of the Board of Finance and Board of Selectmen. Coming from a son of a past father, so I know the commitment and so forth, and I appreciate all of what you do. Okay. So let's get right down to the nuts and bolts of this. All right. If you take out the employees that we're asking for, you take out the increase in overtime, which I can prove that we're going to be in trouble this year. And if you take out the increase in road winter road maintenance that we're trying to get back to our staffing, we're at a 2.4% increase. Okay. As you heard, Dave goes above and beyond to save the town money. So why don't we give him the tools to continue to save money? In doing so, a mechanic and a maintainer is needed. I think it's well documented. Okay. We talk about wintertime road maintenance. Okay. Right now, we're in the middle of January. We've already spent 55% of our allocated budget. Okay. We're going to be okay this year because we were working on house money, meaning we were working on previous year's overages. It's going to catch up. Okay. Overtime, halfway through the winter, right? Halfway through fiscal year, 65.5%. We're going to be in trouble. Okay. So we're not asking for more. We're asking for what is needed. Okay. Now, you talk about our roads. I thought this was a great report that Beta did. And if anybody has a chance to look at it, okay. The green and the blues are routine maintenance, preventive maintenance. You can see a lot of greens and blues on this map. Okay. If we get to it before it doesn't become a minor rehabilitation, which gets a lot more expensive, it probably goes to an outside contractor. We're talking grinding down a road and repaving it instead of our normal maintenance. We are, as you can see in this map, we are falling behind in our road maintenance. Okay. And that's due because this gentleman right here next to me has a can-do attitude and he never says no. Okay. I've worked previously with two other directors that had, and I'm not going to mention it, had a can't do. Nope, can't do that. Nope, we don't have the manpower. Nope. Dave always says, yes, I can. Okay. But to do that and to save the town money, there's a cost. Okay. I see what Dave gets off a state bid, these free vehicles that he's getting for other departments is incredible. Absolutely incredible. When it comes to wintertime road maintenance, Dave and I are on the same page. We're looking to be innovative. He went and got brine distributors, okay, where we can spray brine down on the roads and maybe not call the whole crew in for a minor event. The brine will take care of it if we spray it the day before. And he got all this for free, no cost to the town, and it's eventually going to save the town money. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge fan of Dave's. He's been a joy to work with.
Some of the time.
No.
You're not here every day. I'm just saying.
I'm talking about previous.
Oh.
Where I used to have to take their budget and throw it back at to them and say, back at a realistic budget. We're not going to discuss this tonight. Okay. So I think the justification is here. I think that the way Dave saves money in other ways for other departments. You didn't mention the playground that you did at Jacob's Beach that saved the towns for, which I know that's true because I did a playground and that savings is true. Okay. So the mechanics, they do a great job. We have a great team of mechanics in the shop right now that are doing a great job. But you need to add to it. I mean, the amount of plates and the amount we're talking, they take care of the golf course, all the Board of Ed's lawnmowers. Think about all the different things that they maintain and do a great job, but they need help. For that, I'm not going to talk them forever. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your kind remarks at the opening. Dad was a great leader of this town for, I believe, 10 years. 12? You did 12? Anyway, questions?
Are we gonna put off questions?
I'll give you one or two quick questions, and then we'll submit.
All right, so I got to prefix a comment. Just an amazing job. I want to show this to some residents. And,
Thank you.
just this kind of thinking and spirit is excellent. So, but getting down to brass tacks a little bit, if you added a maintainer, would that really cut back some of that overtime cost? Because I think a maintainer is about 62,000 in papers I got. And then the overtime costs are about 52.
So I'll answer this, Dave, we don't mind. That's not really gonna, cut down on overtime, okay? Because the overtime basically comes from down trees and winter storms. That's 90%.
It's all after hours stuff.
90% of our
Yeah.
those two items.
Yeah.
Okay, this is gonna help help him, like he said, how many guys are out on different crews. This is gonna help maintain the roads, the summer maintenance program, okay? The other problem we have, which I'd like to talk to Mitch about, because we're in negotiations again this year, contractual negotiations, is that as soon as, April 1st comes, we start losing guys left and right to vacation because they can't really take vacations during winter because they're on call for snow. So, and my office is right next to Dave's. I've come down in July, June, July, he's got, or not July, June, right, where they're trying to use up all their vacation time. There's 3 cars in his parking lot. He's got no guys.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you look at his allocated budget, which I did not bring, I'm sorry, but so his summer road time maintenance right now is 275, 275,000. We still have $221,000 left because we didn't get to it before winter. Okay, July to November. So we're hoping to get it done before July, or we're going to be asking to carry money over next year. We're always carrying money over because we're not getting to the projects.
Okay.
So
one more comment. I don't know if it's going to open a can of worms, but just kind of hearing this a little bit, would it be more realistic if you did charge the town departments back for some of the things you're doing, make your budget look a little better, a little realisticness in the other budget, that this wasn't exactly free? You know, you had to get your guys out there at some cost to do it. I don't know. It might be more difficult than it's.
I can answer this too. Years ago,
Hearing what you're saying a little bit.
years ago, when we worked on a police car, we were allowed to charge them a small fee for labor, plus parts, oil, and so forth.
Yep.
Years ago, somewhere along the line, we weren't allowed to do that anymore. We could only charge for the parts.
So we do charge back the departments.
Yes.
They're already being
But not
charged back,
labor.
not the labor costs,
But
but
not the labor costs.
Labor at the transfer station where Madison. First had.
It's already charged
I'm
back.
just thinking it might make their budget look a lot better.
But it's already incorporated into their budget. So to use Janice as an example, since she's sitting here, it's got a line item for vehicle maintenance. Some of that money
Right.
gets
Okay.
transferred. It's
But not the
already,
labor.
no.
Okay.
Just a quick question. I was just curious. Good. Great presentation. Thank you very
Thank
much for all the hard work and the great things you do. But I'm just curious about the increase in the number of plates. What kind of things are coming in? What do you need them for? Why?
It's other departments just adding to their fleets.
But are they cars, trucks, mowers, everything?
It's everything.
It's everything.
It's everything. The PD, I believe the PD added 1, Parks and Rec added 2. And it's just because they need it, you know.
Yeah. No,
They
I'm
need
just
it
curious
for-
about what they are.
Let's see, we had an
Just carry, not individually, but trucks, planes.
yeah, it's more vehicles. Airplanes.
No planes yet.
I'll find one on state auction.
It's not
You want a pilot stipend
It's not
next?
vehicles on Public Works. Dave knows I have a hard rule. 1 in, 1 out.
He doesn't fool around. 1 in, 1 out.
1 in, 1 out. We're not keeping it as a spare.
I remember you saying that last year. That's why I'm asking.
No, Dave knows. 1 in, 1 out.
Yeah.
We're replacing it. We're replacing it.
And then
We see that in insurance also, because we're paying insurance bill to Kerma for all our property. And so I get the bill that comes in that says we've added, but we also get a subtraction. So that's one thing they've been keeping up with, much better than we have in the past.
Great.
And then 3 vehicles that we got this past year. 1 went to Parks and Rec, 1 went to us, and 1 went to facilities. And that took care of 3 vehicles we would have had to replace. You know, I'm constantly looking for that. What can we do to save the taxpayer money? Where can we get something?
Yeah.
So
All right.
Like, real quick. Thank you, first of all. a question that comes up when there's multiple positions that are asked. And I don't, as Board of Finance member, I don't necessarily have that distinction of asking the question.
Questions
Or
are
making the decision, it's up really to the board and then up to the town. I think I know the answer to this, but what's,
Mechanic.
okay, there you go. See, we're
Right there.
Wow.
And it's a common question, not to belabor the fact that, listen, they're both needed. Totally understood, great presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything that you do, of course, but, there's a lot of multiple requests and it's always like that this time of year. So I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, but you woke us up.
Let's talk to fire. Oh, no. I don't have that much time.
Dennis, come on up.
How you doing?
It's back or?
Maybe more room I can. Good morning.
Good morning.
Engineering department, I'm cooperating, working forward in some of these other larger departments. Take up my time on the capital side.
Right.
So yeah, going through the full-time salaries, just an increase based on contractual changes, as well as I just want to point out that we did transition our admin position over to an engineering tech position. That's still an increase. Well, for overtime, I've dropped that a bit because I don't see the need for, 5 hours a week of overtime and, for the needs of our department. So we'll see. I would think 5,000 would be adequate. Keeping flat with expenses and travel. Uniform and clothing allowance that went up because of the transfer of the admin to an engineering tech that falls under. So now we have two clothing allowance instead of just one. And the amount of the clothing allowance went up as well under the contract. Contracted services, holding steady, except I've added with us moving to Lathrop House. We have a building to sort of maintain and facilities is helping out, but I think the biggest thing we've seen even in our last office and now here would be to have some supplemental cleaning services for the building. So I've added in 2,500, even if it ends up being either monthly or quarterly to really just get a good deep clean done, to keep up with dusting and some deep cleaning of floors and things like that. So that's the addition, the contracted services. Has waste disposal. We just had a meeting yesterday with the committee for Has Waste regionally. They said to hold our budgets steady from last year. I'm still waiting on our first half of the year invoice, so it's hard to know really where we stand, but they said to help hold it flat, so that's what I did. This will include our satellite collection in Guilford.
Thank you.
Yep. Unfortunately, this year we're gonna, because of where Easter holidays and Jewish holidays fall, we're gonna actually end up at the end of March, and Orange took my April 11th date.
Well.
It's already booked 2027 already, so, because it gets very cold the end of March compared to mid-April. Last year was very cold.
Yeah, standing out there.
Standing out there in the cold is with our volunteers, so that'll still continue. We'll get information out now that we locked in our dates for that. The copier and lease, yeah, we see a substantial savings here. Again, when I was in Town Hall South, we used to carry the cost for all the copiers, microfiche, large copier for the entire building and all the departments there. Since we've moved to Lathrop House, that's gone to a different department, Town Hall South for that building. However, we still do have a copier and a large format printer for our department in the new building. But we've seen we were able to, I think, reuse an old one of the copiers. Darlene did a great job finding us something that we could use. I think we own it, so we're just covering for copies here. And then we did purchase a large format copier for our needs, and so we're carrying the $1,000 to maintain it with supplies for the year. So you saw that big decrease in that line item because of that reason.
Office supplies holding steady, minor tools holding steady. Road striping and signs, last year I had requested 5,000. I was asked to cut my budget, so I dropped it to 3,000 last year, and so holding steady with the 3,000. I do want to say that typically these are used for either crosswalks or mostly for repainting the parking in the center of town, all the on the road parking spaces I've historically covered with this line item, but obviously we've been working closely with Public Works to see what they can do versus what we do. So it's kind of a joint effort between his budget, my budget, and his resources that he has in his department. Let's see. Permits, dues, and subscriptions, again, just carrying that flat. Hoping our assistant town engineer gets his PE license this year, so covering his costs for his permit. For his license fee, mine's in there as well. We have some DEP permits renewing this year for stormwater, so we'll be covering any fees for DEP permits or other permits in that $1,000 line item, and professional memberships and subscriptions and reference books as needed. In that line item. Flat education and training. Michael, assistant town engineer, he's been using this. He was able to obtain his roadmasters and transportation leadership certifications for Yukon in 2024, and he's currently working on his road scholar and legal traffic authority certification, as well as safety academy. So keeping that steady, and also envisioning that Adam in the engineering tech position may need some outsourced education and training as well. And then again, vehicle maintenance, like we talked about, we do cover our gasoline costs as well as the repairs to, we have two vehicles in our department. They're the Nissan Rogues that we purchased, I think it was 19 and 21 maybe. So Public Works does the maintenance on those, but we pay for the parts and the gasoline for the vehicles.
Excellent.
And then under revenues, I just wanted to point out, we are going down a bit. We've seen a drop in permits overall. So street excavations, I think it went down about $500 to 4,000. I've zeroed out the copy fees and microfilm because again, that was for covering all of Town Hall South. We would take in the revenues under our department for all the copies that people came in for, in the building. We don't provide that now. It's being covered by another department, Town Hall South. So that revenue goes away for the engineering department. It should be showing up somewhere else. And then our flood
You'll
hazard.
see that under the health department revenue for copiers.
And under flood hazard permits, we've seen a drop in the number of permits being taken out generally. So I just got that a little bit to manage the expectations of revenues of our department.
Questions?
Maybe just one clarification. I know we don't want to do too many questions. The assistant town engineer got an increase of 10%. Was that also some kind of step increase or?
Yeah, so I think part of that, and help me, Mitch, is he only gets some of that if he passes his PE license. So he's taken his PE license this year. Hopefully, if he passes and achieves his PE license, he'll get that additional bump up. If not, he'll be held to a slightly lower. So, but we're
budgeting for expectations that happens. Yeah.
Okay.
That's part of the contractual agreement with the GEA, the last negotiation.
Maybe one small question.
Sure.
Do you guys get involved in traffic study in the engineering department? I'm just curious after what the police were.
Oh yeah. So you'll see in my description, I forgot how many, but we work closely with the police department. I think this year we did about a dozen designs for them for the LTA to approve for either, crosswalk signage or a combination of pavement marking and signage. For traffic improvements throughout town. Dave's guys usually implement them, so it's kind of like a three-legged stool. The police department, LTA, engineering department, and public works to do traffic improvements throughout town. Oversaw the town center traffic study that was paid for through COG last year and wrapped up, and continuing to try and move some of those ideas forward in the future. That's covered under my capital project requests. And yes, we constantly respond to concerns about different things.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we also we do the pedestrian improvements throughout town in terms of crosswalks, handicap ramps, the ADA. Yeah, the sidewalk improvements, all the ADA transition plan that we developed for the town, we actually required to have by law. We're implementing them from the, in the right of way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further? Very good. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
All right. Somebody want to let Parks and Rec know?
Pam was in.
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was looking at golf course. Looking at golf courses.
Come on
Yeah,
down.
come on up.
One down.
Put it down.
Nice contestant here.
What's the coin? Next.
Outside.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I have,
Send our apologies for the delay in getting to you.
that's okay. I have an updated
Thank you.
budget sheet for you of a summary. As of last night, I was ruling over what I was looking at. I wanted to make some changes today. Just like, but you're welcome. And on the back of this is also anticipated revenues as well. You're welcome. But it didn't necessarily follow along with the budget line by line. I was really looking at budget drivers. I have on this sheet six to seven bullet points that there's a snapshot of my budget. If you look at the very top, this 5.64 increase is anticipating the revenue that we would bring in that would offset what you see as 7.97. 7.97. So with the projected revenue that we also pay a lot of attention to as well to help offset our budgets. And that's real important to our department. So with that projected revenue, it was bringing it down to 5.64%. Some of the key budget drivers of this fiscal 27 proposed budget is, well, I guess if we went down to it, we could start with one of my last ones on the sheet are salaries and staffing adjustments. But since that's at the top of the list up here, the one thing that we did add, and it's very different, looks very different compared to last year. Last year we proposed for a full-time position for a foreman to supplement the work that our park supervisor does and to help alongside to all the things that we're doing that would be helpful to him. We did not get that proposal. So this year we tried to look at it a little differently and say, how can we still get that benefit, but then still have a great savings to the town? And we came back saying, let's look at a stipend to keep it in-house for an internal employee that could accept the responsibilities of foreman responsibilities to help aid our park supervisors. And that way, our internal staff is already getting health and benefits, but yet gets a bump so that they can help with those responsibilities. I mean, Tony is he's loaded in terms of where he can be with this whole crew, all these acres of land, capital projects, making sure he's on top of what work is getting done or not getting done. So he can only be in two places at one time, so many times. So we think that this is a really important addition to the responsibilities without adding somebody. So that's the 5,000 that is a stipend that we added there. And the other addition is in the part-time salaries that I added in 30. I have 37 here, but somehow I think it says 38 in the details. But this is another increase in the part-time for particularly the reception position and the transportation position at the community center. It's vital that those positions are filled and not left empty, so it's not a disruption to the rest of the office. Transportation is constantly 8 hours a day, taking care of the senior citizens, making sure they have pickups and rides, and having a delay of service or nobody there is completely disruptive to the office. And also with receptionists, constant, phone work, people at the front desk. Without that person in place, again, somebody from the office has to fill it. So we thought that at least bring in a substitute that can fill that. And that's that $3,800 that we're saying throughout the year. If we had somebody just to cover vacation time or sick time, that would be really helpful to the budget and helpful to the office.
What line item was that, the 7,800?
There's actually two positions that are called out within the part-time salaries. One's for a part-time receptionist, the other one's for part-time transportation. They're both about $1,850 each.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it.
Okay, and so moving to fuel, that was my other, actually, I said, no, step back one second. Overtime was the other adjustment. Overtime, it's a 20% increase because we've added 6,000 on top of the 30,000 that we've had. Typically in the past, from what I know, it's only my second budget going forward, but in the past, that 30,000 was always consisted of mostly snow, just like they said for public works. Since then, and we have looked at the fact that in the past, they didn't have anybody on the weekends. You come Sunday after a busy day at Jacobs Beach, the trash is overflowing. If you have nobody there to collect trash until Monday, it's not only does it look terrible, the animals are getting at it. So we felt, that the need to bring someone in on Sunday is absolute. So not only weekend work for ball fields and beaches, but also additional event planning. We have a new event in town. We have fireworks. We have tree lighting. Where all those hands-on are from our parks department. They too look to save the town money any way they can by doing additional work. But when we have different events, we need the hands-on. So that typically we're overdrawing from overtime. So I wanted to make sure if we do have that killer's winter season, that we still have a little bit of funds to make sure we get through spring and summer. And that's what that's for. Moving on to fuel, this is a budget correction. This isn't an increase, it's a budget correction. When I first got here, fiscal 26 fuel was under budgeted. I came in thinking that we were going to, some of the moves that I made with some of the vans and the buses, really municipal, when you think about how many vehicles that we actually have. We have like 50 different vehicles, trucks, snow blowers, leaf blowers. I mean, you name it, we have it that fills with gas. So what happened was I thought I came in with the changes I made. I reduced it. But quite honestly, that was a projection. By the end of fiscal 25, they had overdrawn the fuel by 7,500. So now coming into this season, I want to correct it. And so that's why there's a 28% there. So I brought it back up to $38,000 for the fuel. And as I showed you there, fiscal 25 was budgeted at 34. They overspent 41,700. I came in, lowered it at 31. And as of January 26, we're already at 18. So I think that 38 is just showing that it's going to help keep us at actual fuel usage. Building maintenance is 6.14 increase. Again, this is a partial restoration. I have 3 line items this year in this proposed budget. Building maintenance 6.14 increase, partial restoration because in fiscal 26 the cleaning services reduced last year's budget by $7,300. This the cleaning services is deep cleaning of carpets, kitchen, bathrooms, restoring wood floors. As I said, reduced by $7,300. We are bringing that restoring partial of that to $2,550 to the cleaning services, and we also added in $1,000 for pest control at Lake Q and Dittner Park. That's mainly what that line item is about. Grounds line item, we had 6% increase. Again, a partial restoration from the cut in fiscal 26. We did have a cost reduction within that line item in this fiscal. in this budget by 6,920. We reduced sand by 750. We reduced ice melt by 600. We reduced block and stone by 1,750. And we did without trash and recycle because we're at a year where we don't need to replace any. So had a savings of 3,820, which meant that we had a savings of almost 7,000. However, we wanted to restore some of the cuts that were made last year. There was a $10,300 cut to our contracted services. And I felt like there might have been a little bit of miscommunication with that, because when I increased one of the line items in the grounds budget, I simply moved electrical services to contracted services within the same line item. And I also moved the 5,300, which is a fixed cost, which is the trailer pumping, to contracted services. So I moved within the budget, which made it look like there was a $10,000 increase, which indeed got cut. So we're bringing that back, restoring the contracted services to $10,000, which again includes electrical services, which we use often, and fixed cost of pumping the trailer. On top of that, we also had a $1,000 increase in trash dump fees and a $1,000 increase of the office trailer rental. So those reflect true costs of maintaining facility and park grounds. Moving on to fields, we had a 1.9% increase, again, partial restoration from fiscal 26 cut. We were able to reduce the line item by $1,500 in marking paint. But because of the $5,000 cut last year, we would like to restore $2,500 of that back to the fertilizer and organics line item. And that will give us at least half of what we had in fiscal 26 of 6,000. If you all know organics, which we all like to move more toward, organics are double the cost and it takes triple the amount of material. So to cut that line item we got through it, but we also probably deferred a lot of the costs throughout the budget. And also we added $1,000 for GMAX safety testing at the high school because it's no longer under warranty where they included that GMAX. And so we had to add that $1,000 for annual service. Utilities is a 3.74% increase. This reflects expanded amenities and public use at Jacobs Beach. We had a reduction of $3,500 at Long Hill Park, which seemed great. But then we looked at Jacobs and there was an $8,500 increase there. And if we look back at the summers, it was dry, there wasn't a lot of rain. That splash pad was operating 24/7. We also included new irrigation all around the new playground. We also added a new shower and a water fountain in the pavilion. So there was a lot of water use happening there. So that increase is just projecting. I don't see if we have another hot, gorgeous summer. We have to make sure that we have enough money to pay for this. And in closing, too bad. It just reflects a realistic operating budget. Preserve service levels and facility standards, and continually look to increase revenues where we can. I think we've done a really good job, especially at the beach, knowing that we were having, and like we were having with the enormous facility being installed, a new playground. The commission was proactive and listening to the fact that we sold 1,100 non-resident passes, season passes the year before. We limited that, making sure our residents had enough space to use their own facilities. It worked. We actually, not only did we reduce it to 200 seasonal, but we actually brought in more revenue than we did the year before when we had 1,100. We revisited it. We looked at the past summer, and we have increased the non-resident seasonal passes to 400 rather than 200, because based on our data, we think that will work. But because of all those changes, we still look at the projected 225,000 that we can bring to offset budget as well.
Good. All right.
Any questions?
Questions?
You want to hold off or you want to thing with you?
Give me one.
Just want to make sure I heard that right. Beach passes went from 200 to 400?
No, 200 passes. We sold 1,100 Not back the year before.
This is out of town, the other town.
Non-residents.
Non-residents.
So there's seasonal non-resident. So prior to me coming, they had sold 1,100 non-resident seasonal passes. And our beach was really full. And we had a lot of complaints of people coming in, especially elderly, saying they couldn't find a spot anywhere. They're very disappointed. They couldn't park at overflow parking because they couldn't walk it. And there was some real concerns there. So I brought that to the commission. We talked about not only were we doing this new install, but brand new playground and improvements to the pavilions, that we thought ahead and decided that seasonal non-resident stickers would be reduced from 1,100 to 200. Those are seasonal passes. They still could come in on a daily fee, but to get a seasonal pass, we limited it to 200 to make sure that our residents would make sure they had a place and access to the beach. And this year, based on last year's data, we felt that we could increase that 200. We did get a lot of people from out of town that were very upset that they didn't get a seasonal pass.
So it's not unit price, it's.
I apologize, I kind of heard that wrong.
We increased
Pass went
the
up that
seasonal
much.
passes
Wow.
from 200 to 400
The
this
number of
summer
passes.
for
Yeah,
non-residents.
Number of passes, not the cost.
Okay,
Right,
but
not the
the
cost.
bigger question is, it sounds like you're kind of looking at your fees. Are there any fees that have been stagnant for a long time that maybe we should increase? And again, I don't love increases, but if it's pretty moderate, less than inflation, maybe
I
it's
think-
overdue.
I think the Park and Rec Commission did a great job with that. We looked at all the fees. We did not change the resident fees. We know that we knew it was a really hard budget year. People were concerned about their taxes, so we felt that fine to be flat with all the resident fees. However, we felt the non-resident fees were very low. So we did raise those, but still giving them an opportunity to have a seasonal and a day pass.
And just to quantify it, the beach passes alone will result, are anticipated to result in an additional 43,000 in revenue. So, it's a pretty good number. On a baseline of 102, so well done. Again, it's this is all being done because of the number of passes, not the rate. That the rate itself is not going up.
Not for residents. Non-residents, they have gone up slightly. Yes. And I can tell you, based on the data, of people coming in that were disappointed they didn't get a pass, they were more than willing to pay almost anything. It was quite astonishing. Our next door neighbors wanted to get into Jacob's Beach. And so,
And I know the commission is sensitive to something that I'm very sensitive to is a front page article in the Haven Register that Guilford is charging exorbitant fees for out of town residents, like some of the communities down on the Gold Coast, the southwest part of the state, who have been serious, to say the best, and to say the least.
and I've been there, but however, the examples I can make from here to there of Darien was that we didn't give non-residents the opportunity to have a seasonal pass. They only got daily passes. So here, you're getting the opportunity to have a seasonal pass. And I mean, not every town does that. So it's very reasonable still for the non-resident. From May through September, they can get in every single day.
I think you and or the commission did look, when you did reduce the passes but raise the price a little bit. And it's not used, sorry, if I pronounce that correctly. I mean, we didn't go crazy with the percentage raised. It seemed reasonable.
Well, when you look at the fact that our utilities and our water bill went up by $9,000, there's a reason in itself right there that says, listen, the users of this beach should pay for the
Are
beach.
those passes tied to parking? Can you walk in the beach without a pass?
You can walk with that.
Okay.
And I think this department has gone back and forth with that over the years, because I know as a resident, I was upset at one point when I couldn't ride my bike in there. I had to pay to ride my bike in. That's no longer. Commission has, looked the other way on that, and you can walk in, you can bike in. It's.
And you move to windshield
That's the
stickers
economical way to do it.
They are stickers.
instead of easily shared cards.
They are no longer interchangeable cards. You have to have a sticker on your vehicle, and so that's tightened things up a bit too.
Thank you, Beth.
Thanks. That was easy.
Thank you,
All right,
Pam.
now call.
Hopefully the rest of your day is easy.
Thank you, Pam.
with the golf course, I got a correction on the part-time salaries I discovered. Several $1,000s.
All right, cool. Up or down?
Up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bonnie, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
We've got room for 3 of you at the table and the rest of you can sit over here. Room 4 in the back here.
How are you?
Nobody wants to sit at the table? Here you go.
There you go.
The guy with the suit.
Good morning, and my apologies for the long delay and as up to the table. But it just means a lot of interesting discussions taking place. So, floor is yours. Gonna start it. Steve, thank you.
I'd like to take the lead here. Okay, so Chad, if you don't mind.
All right. First of all, start off with revenue for the 26-27 year. Basically, the numbers around $304,000 is our projected revenue for the season. The numbers in front of you. I don't know if you have any questions or anything I can answer on that.
Quick comment on that.
Yeah.
You all probably are aware of the issue we had at the golf course this year. So we stopped, closed the course on September 1st, hence impacting our revenue for this current year. We're currently looking to recover some of that money through the insurance claim. But we are offering a discount to last year's season pass holders, a 40% discount. And our revenue number would have been forecasted higher, but because of the 40% reduction and the membership line item or the season pass line item, it's about a $20,000 impact that we're projecting. So we're pretty much keeping even with last year's revenue plan.
Okay, great. Sorry, Ted. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. Pretty much straightforward with the revenue there. I don't know if there's any questions. I was just gonna go straight to the budget.
Yeah,
Quick, just real quick, the greens fees, is that based on quantity of people, or is there gonna be some sort of a increase on the greens fees?
We didn't increase
Or
the
neither.
greens.
No.
Green.
Okay,
Non-residents.
so you didn't increase the greens fee, so it's just an expectation you're gonna have more people come out.
We did increase screens fees for non-residents, a slight upcharge.
Okay.
I think it was $1 per whatever category you fall in, whether it's a senior or a junior or regular non-resident player. So that should have somewhat of an impact. But we feel that we're going to get more rounds in as well.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering the justification for the increase, which that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Over the last 3 years, we've seen an increase just in the total number of rounds up to the golf course. So just to let you know.
Great.
We're one of the budget. One of the things that we're looking for is a starter/ranger. We were just talking about it, all the commission members in our meeting. If you call for a tee time, when you go inside, it's just like, oh, you call for a tee time and then you pay inside and then you have to say you have a 2:00 tee time. We're having an issue where when we're very busy, it's backed up. And then you're not getting your 2:00 tee time that you're supposed to have. So this is why we're putting in our budget for clubhouse for a /ranger starter, just so you're getting your tee time when you're supposed to be getting your tee time.
And how many people are on duty at any moment in the summer?
Right now in the pro shop staff, we only have 1, possibly 2. But
When
basically
is
we're
it?
running,
When and why is it sometimes 2?
because, some people are paying, some people, we're just trying to make it better off for 2 to have it more of a flow, easier going to the first tee.
Okay, so I'm asking what we've done up to this point. We typically have 2 people working during the day.
No, we typically have 1.
we kind of want to try to increase that and have a better flow system where people come in and get people onto the tee and, you know, manage the first tee and the golf course a little better. That's the
Right.
purpose.
Right. No, I understand the issue. I'm just trying to think, is there some way to manage that from the clubhouse? I mean, to a certain extent, we got to rely on the goodwill of our customers to adhere to what they're supposed to be doing. Right.
Yeah. Lou, I think typically there's one person in the clubhouse, they're inside, they can't get out to the first tee and resolve any conflicts that might be there. But in addition to being a starter, there would be a ranger that would monitor the course and not just be at the first tee, but around the course, because we have an influx of people coming in after hours and sneaking onto the course, whether it be on the first tee or the third tee, and that person would be available to watch over that and maintain.
I am aware of that problem. I've heard of that problem as well. Okay, I got it. Sorry to interrupt. I just was sort of wanted to understand our baseline.
Yeah, we've taken some steps to address the sneaking on first or the third tee. We're going to be deploying some cameras
Today.
Of course, they're rolling in today.
They're there today.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
It's a good tip. I was going to sneak
Thanks,
on.
guys.
Just a quick question. You know, a lot of these expenses are running double digits, and I'm just curious if we know why some of them are. Utilities are up 24% or so. Expense up like maybe 20%. Kind of smaller dollar figures, but just have
I think
any ideas here.
basically utility wise, I mean, it just, and the rate increases, like our water bill, Connecticut Water Company said they're going up 7.5% as of October 1st, this past October. So that's one of the reasons why, you know, we're going up 5,000 in that line item. Because, you know, when we're throwing water bill, we don't know what we're gonna, it all depends on what kind of drought season you have.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The last two have been fairly, we've used some water in the last 2 fiscal years, more than normal, if you do like a 10-year look back.
This isn't exactly just applicable to you, but my message is like, you know, some of these increases for things, you know, when do we say when to the vendors, and we're not going to deal with them, or we're going to not do it at all, you know?
Right.
Start having some big increases. You're affected slightly, but all departments are affected with these increases.
The other utilities are talking the phone, internet access, and electricity, and there's not a fuel bill there, but those have just gone up every year, and we're trying to keep pace with that.
Yeah. Not much competition. Yeah.
Can't shop that around too well.
They're almost set costs, you know what I mean, realistically.
On the water aspect, though, we have talked about potentially having a well put in to offset that.
Yeah, that's in capital.
We just want to make sure.
Me too.
But we want to make sure it's not going to affect the neighbors.
Okay.
Well situation. So kind of explore who the best resource to figure that out would be.
So we do have that under capital budget to do that if we want to, basically low 20s. You know what I mean? 6,000 for the new well, and then actually hooking up to the pump system, to our pump house. It's another like 12 to 15 is what it was with the estimate I did receive.
It's up in 1 year.
Yeah. But the well's a well, and the well driller, you know, was there at that, you know, when he was giving me, he's like, you never know with a well. That's kind of what he said.
Yeah, how much output it can really give you.
Right. And another thing is roughly, you know, we're doing 30,000 gallons on a morning cycle run. So, no, Greg, who's on our commission, has a little bit of a background on that, you know what I mean, of actually how many gallons we can actually pump out as well, which is somewhat with our commission that we talked about roughly. We don't know what that exact number is for being pumping out of the well. Could be much. Building maintenance clubhouse. Want to put in a new bar coding system, which will regulate everything that we sell, merchandise and concession. So that's why we want to look into putting in another 2,000 into that line item. Which will give us a better cost. If you guys are members, we'll know actually, how many times you're coming in also every day. Right now, our staff has to plug it into our POS system. So if he's talking on the phone to a customer and doesn't plug it in, we don't know how many rounds that you're putting in a day. So it's going to give us a better barcode system where you come in and just put in and hit it. And we'll have better numbers as a commission. Exactly how many rounds we're putting through the golf course for the season. I mean, how many you're putting in, how many our seasons past members are putting in. So we'll give you more of an exact number, which will help us, how many waters we're selling, how many Gatorades we're selling, and just overall everything, in the clubhouse.
And what line item is this?
Building maintenance and clubhouse?
Yeah,
I was
building
gonna ask if we know what that code is, I think we put a different line. If that's approved through the budget, we put that in a different line. It's really not building maintenance.
Right.
How will we use that information? Just for marketing or?
Well, us as a commission, we can look at everything that comes in the door. You know what I mean? So we'll know every line item exactly, what's coming in, what that exact number is on our 20 line items that we do have.
There's a software package that the Park and Rec Department uses, and we're tied to that, and we run all our point of sales through that, and it generates reports that say, okay, this is how many of each category you sold and the value of that. So can be run on a regular basis. We ask for that information from Ted to have for us, so we know how many rounds of golf were played and what the revenue numbers were for those.
So what would the change do for you? You've already got something that's working for that. What do you look to do?
Well, sometimes staff isn't properly, putting these, so I don't have correct numbers. You know what I mean? So the barcode system will give us, an exact, if Matt comes in, he just clicks in, or actually like if you go to a gym membership and you get a little gym membership card, it's just system of
faster and more efficient.
Now your boss wouldn't be able to see this information, like when you were playing golf, like during work hours or something.
If you want us to put that in, we can add for another 4,000.
What else you want to build?
Our biggest line item increase is our equipment maintenance budget. Basically, we have like 38 pieces of equipment that we maintain. Couple of our older rough mowers. We just got an invoice from the Public Works Department. They had to put a new lift mechanism on it. It was a $6,000 increase this past fall, which is like 70% of our budget. Was just taken out of our budget. We had 10,000 in there originally right now. So we need to make a decision. We talked about, in the last meeting in December. Either we start getting rid of some of our older equipment, so we're not putting big money into older equipment, or we start increasing our budget just to put, fix up some of these older pieces of equipment that are 20 years old.
They're already over budget on that line item now.
Right.
But they're repaired for this last cycle.
Yeah.
So the public works does.
And like, I have to go out with all the
$6,000 parts.
Right. I have to go out this winter, and it's probably a $4,000 to $5,000 bill just to grind all the greens mowers and the fairway mowers, because they're real mowers. So they need to be reground, and I know that number is going to be. So I'm already going to be.
P&W doing that too?
No, they don't. We don't have the equipment to do that.
Okay.
We have to send it out to a guy at Portland Golf Course. He does all the grinding up there, who we've been using. So we know we're already going to be over budget in this line item for this fiscal year, because. So this is one reason why we're.
With your increase, you still will be.
No,
He's saying they're gonna be over this year.
For this
Okay,
year,
already done.
coming
Right.
year.
Okay, but with the next year, that's approximately we need to correct that.
But basically, in the last 2 years, we put in a $4,000 bill and a $6,000 bill into these two older pieces of equipment, which has taken 50% of our budget, which is at 10,000 right now.
Okay.
And we don't have money to repair the other 37 pieces of equipment at the golf course properly.
How old are they? Classic or vintage?
No, just low 2000, 2004, 2007s, you know what I mean? So
Those two,
so either we
20 years old.
start getting, but these are 30. We bought a new one last year, so we do have a new one in that facility, but it's just a matter of how much money do we, it's just like you leasing a car. How much money you want to put into older?
Yep, I got you.
There hasn't been enough money in that line for years. I mean, I've already gone back to 2018.
Right, yeah, right. So that was our big line item.
It hasn't had enough money in it for years.
Yeah, but I think the point taken is two pieces of equipment are absorbing the whole line. So those things, maybe it is time to buy a new one.
Depends how much a new one is.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
With inflation.
If it's 200,000, maybe it's, yeah.
Problem is, we have a new one, but we just, the older ones are, you know what I mean, we're putting the money into the older ones. It's just like, either we get rid of the older ones and potentially buy a new one down the road, put in capital, or.
It is in the capital budget, Brad, yeah, and then lower in the capital budget.
So those are basically, between the part-time clubhouse, which is, 5, the water bill, which is like 5, which we can possibly go with a well. Our equipment maintenance, which is, we're increasing by 10. Those are and then our clubhouse bill, we're looking for our point of sale system, a new barcode system. Those are our 4 main line items where we're looking for increases in our budget.
It's about $20,000 greater than the current budget. We're at like 342, 343 in the current year. And we're looking for 362 in the next year.
And Jay, the numbers just keep being different than what 366.
Well, I'm gonna change that as well.
Well, another thing is
Two things, and maybe may explain the difference that Steve has and I have. First of all, we missed something, one of the increases on the clubhouse. So instead of the part-time salaries on clubhouse showing a 4.65% decrease, it should be a 5.01 increase. That's on me. But also, partially answering Lou's question before, the golf range you're looking at, the course is open approximately 31 weeks a year, and they're looking for the golf ranger person for 17 weeks. So that's only during the peak season, I imagine. But they also were budgeting for $16 an hour, which is below minimum wage. I put it up to where we have our starting lowest salary on our grid, which is $18.74 an hour. So that might be explaining some of the differences there.
Taking a mulligan.
And a mulligan or two on the salaries today.
Well, all right. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Hold on.
Social services. Pick it up, Dylan.
I just put a little packet together.
That gives the exact numbers.
How you doing?
How are you? Finally, the length of our programs, because sometimes I'll say, well, what do you do over there at social services?
Plenty, you know that.
Oh,
Thank you.
So my budget this year reflects about a 5% increase, but that is mainly, majority is just to pay salaries and maintain our building. As a department that really doesn't bring in revenue, I try very hard to keep my budget as low as I can for the town. So if we go through the breakdown, see the salary increases are contractual, so those are what they are. Utilities, based on last year with a 3% increase across the board. So they're a little bit higher.
Excuse me. Again, we've got a
7.81.
7.81% increase in the utilities on the documents we're looking at.
Goes from 5,094 up to 5,496. Oh, that's what you said, utilities, right?
Yeah.
Yep, current budget is 5,094. I mean, unless it's calculating incorrectly, it's going from 5,094 to 5,492. Is that the correct numbers you have on your document?
Yeah, but that doesn't, that says it's a 7.81%.
All right, keep going. We'll do-
Yeah.
Mileage, a little bit of an increase. The Guilford Food Bank has been extremely busy. So we're back and forth there a lot. So that's just up a tiny bit.
It's correct.
Yeah.
So
you do the math, it's correct.
Okay, well.
I guess maybe the difference was I wasn't talking about the overall budget, but just a 3% increase for each category. Electricity, was based on last year plus a 3% increase.
That would kind of still result in 3% overall, though, wouldn't it?
No worries.
So maybe water's missing?
I think
But the correct number is on the summary.
Estimate for this year versus what was budgeted for this year, I think.
All I know is the numbers you have on your spreadsheet are correct.
Okay. There've been several inconsistencies. Just.
Yeah, but the
with what we're.
spreadsheet is correct. We have some changes we have to make in the salaries, and we know that, but otherwise, the spreadsheet is calculating correctly.
This one, the salaries, right?
Right, this one, the salary is correct.
Sorry, Donna, we're on utilities, so you can go.
Okay.
Yeah, next up.
Yeah, so building maintenance, slight increase, and that's just an increase from our pest control, our fire extinguisher annual inspection, and furnace cleaning went up a little bit. What I have put back in there, as was something that I put in last year but was taken out, is a new carpet for the building. I only put in a budget of $1,000 for that. It's just an indoor-outdoor carpeting like what is in here, but we have parts of the carpet that have been cut out, re-glued back down. Part of it's being held down by duct tape, and we have a lot of elderly in there with walkers, and it's just becoming a little bit of a tripping hazard. So I'd love to be able to replace that if I can. Service contracts, no change. Copier, we have a big decrease based on an estimate from finance because we got our new copier in, so it's a decrease from last year. Office supplies, slight increase due to some extra purchases for next year that we want to make. Office equipment, no change. Permits have decreased due to we have no notary renewal due this year, so that's taken out. And education and training, no change.
Salaries accurate on this?
Yes.
One, okay.
Thank you for the details. Very helpful.
Welcome.
The other question. Not out easy.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, been waiting a bit.
Problem, no problem. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kimberly Nova Rosedale. I'm the building associate for the town of Guilford. And I'm here to present my budget. I'll first say that for our department, we issued over 1,000 extra permits than we did last year. We're at 3,527 permits that we issued, which is 1,000 more than we did last year. Our income was a slightly.
Just clarify. So we're only halfway through the year. And we already have 1,000 more than last time.
This one is from
calendar year.
The calendar year from 25 to 26.
Okay. But if that, okay. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Breaking the rhythm.
Oh, no, not a problem. for the income that we actually, revenue income that came in was slightly lower than what we did last year, but we were over 700. Just to get, like, for everybody to know. One of the increases of an addition that I would like to have for the building department is for a mechanical inspector. But with also having a mechanical inspector, I do have one of my inspectors is going to be going down in hours. So with him going down in hours and his salary that we pay him hourly is going to be less than the mechanical inspector. So it's going to be actually a saving for the department and for the town.
And the mechanical inspector is because of what projects going on?
Right. Because with Guilford Village West, we also have the project that's going to be on Whitfield Street where they're going to be doing the condominiums, where they're going to be making a 14 million. Plus, there is another project that's going to be coming. So we have quite a few projects, and with having a mechanical inspector with an S license, which is able to do mechanical, plumbing, and also low voltage electrical, this person is able to actually offset a lot of the other inspections that the inspectors go out to do. They can be focused on doing the inspections for the larger projects that are going to be coming to town. But I know Guilford Village West, they stated that they're going to be applying for their permit in March. And they're going to start immediately, and they're going to do both projects at the same time, the residential and the commercial. So we want to make sure we have dedicated inspectors going to that.
Wow.
Just tell me what a mechanical. What's involved in mechanical? Furnaces and elevators?
Yes. So furnaces, elevators, they also do the plumbing. They can do plumbing inspections, right, for wiring for low voltage. So some of the electrical, like for the heat pumps, also for the septic system wiring, they can do those inspections instead of having our inspectors go out and do it. This person will be licensed and able to handle that.
Thank you. Are those kind of people readily available to bring on board?
There's not quite a few, not a lot of them. It's pretty pricey. I do know of two people. One person I actually graduated building official school with. He's the he's the superintendent for a town, and he's been there for a number of years. He's going to be retiring soon, and he wants a part-time. So that was one thing. Then I also have another person who's in building official school, which started yesterday, and that is a 9-month project. He is a licensed S person, and if we can get somebody like that, because again, the average age of a building official is 73.
You're bringing the number down.
And person that I'm trying, the one that's in building official, he's like 38, 40. So if we can get somebody like that and get his license too with an S1, that'd be a great addition to have somebody that'd be training under some of the inspectors we have right now to understand what the process is. Yeah, I would do it out.
All right.
Okay. One of the other line items is regarding permits and dues and subscriptions. Again, regarding the license that we have to upkeep, and we have to have our license renewed every 3 years. We have to have a certain amount of hours of subscriptions. There's very limited amount of areas now of where we can go to get our education. So a lot of it is online, and the subscriptions are going up tremendously from it because it is such a limited amount of us that are there. So the price of us to get our education that is required by state statute. It's getting quite.
So that's my repetitive question this workshop. Is there any flexibility when they start raising fees 30% to just say, no, we're not going to do it?
No.
Or we're going to do it with something else?
No, because there's only a limited amount of people that actually is doing it. So it's not like something that's readily available.
And only the amount of providers.
There's
volume pricing.
Yeah. And for vehicle maintenance, I went up a bit regarding that. It used to be at 2,000. I went down to 1,000 when I just had the truck. Now that I have the other vehicle, which is in use daily use also, the truck and the car for inspection, I just went up a bit regarding vehicle maintenance because I know we may have to go because we do a lot of inspections, like as you know, with the construction sites. There'll be a lot of things going on with the vehicles. So that's the reason why I went up on that amount.
Excellent. All right, so I just need to clarify something. Your part-time salaries, and you described why they're going down. But there's a $46,000 drop in your part-time salary. So does that include what we would need to pay the mechanical guy?
That is,
I can go through that with,
So
make
you
sure,
should have it on
make
your
sure all,
screen,
make sure we're all on the same page here with that. We're taking one building official from 880 hours a year down to 350, or just be 1 day a week. That's George, right?
yes, it's
And
correct.
we're also dropping another building official from 3 days a week to 2. That's John, right? So that there's drops there. Adding the mechanical inspector for 2 days a week at a lower rate than your building officials. And we're also taking the part-time clerk and adding an extra hour a week for that person. Bringing it all together is still a 26% decrease in the part-time salaries.
Kim, you got the gold star, 9.07% increase. I would suspect there might not be any other questions.
Might want to leave before we change.
Nice job.
Circle that one. Should you select? Okay.
Registrars. Nope, registrars.
Oh, do I have the old one, the one that doesn't?
Yeah, oh,
Can I ask him one question? I know that.
oh, so
Yeah, but I just ask you one question.
Yes, ma'am.
With the changing of getting the mechanical person and reducing some of the hours on the others, it's definitely saving money, which is great. But is it also going to perhaps speed up the permit process for people as well? Will it increase service to the public in any way, or will it just be the same?
For the permit issuing for me,
Yeah.
like Connecticut State statute, I have 30 days, but I always issue my permit within 5.
Okay, all right. So
Okay.
make it 4.
Issuance of a permit is different than the inspection, which gives them the CO and it gets, the permit gets signed off.
we needed to adjust the day the registrars were here. That's why they're not on your original schedule.
Gotcha. Well, welcome. Thank you.
Hi.
Who's taking the lead?
Well, I'll start with the part-time salary, which is us, which is designated by the Board of Finance, every year. The next on part-time salaries is what we calculated for early voting and voters at the, or workers at the polls, which this year will have a primary. Well, 2 that would be combined, and the November election, which is why it's been increased over last year. And that includes early voting. Referendum expenses, that stipend is also designated by the Board of Finance. Canvas. Primary expense, which covers 2. But if you want to chime in.
What's the difference? So the primary expenses are over and above the primary for the poll workers.
The part-time salary is the poll worker salary.
So that's
Primary expenses is ballots, programming, the tabulators.
Okay.
Anything, food. Okay. November election. Service contract, that's much more than last year. And that figure is only, that's a half a year, correct? 9,500. That would be I think that's the whole year. We have a new machine downstairs. It's massive. And it's high-speed ballot processing that we have not used yet, but we're expecting to need to use it. The maintenance on that is 4,800 for 6 months. So it's about 9,000 for the year. That we never had before. With the early voting coming in, a new company that we went for with new machines, all the costs
are so much higher than they were before. And we don't have an opportunity to go back. So that is what it is. I actually have an invoice if you want to see what it entails. It's maintenance on 4 different pieces of equipment.
We have 14 tabulators, regular tabulators, and 1 high-speed one, which is each one of the 14 is 100, let's say
107 and 107.50 times 14.
Yes, and then the high-speed one is 1,500 per year, or that's a half a year, so that's 3,000. So that's why that's a big increase. It has nothing to do with that.
Gloria, what's a tabulator? Is it the thing that?
That's what you click a ballot in.
Oh, we've got 5 voting places. What are we at 14?
We have 2 for each polling
Yeah,
place
2 for each.
as a backup.
Okay,
We have 2 for absentee ballots
all right,
and 2 for early voting.
okay. I didn't realize we were all backups. And then this road, this separate high-speed one.
Yep.
Where would that be employed?
Right now it's in the basement.
In a vault.
But if we go to the busiest polling place or?
No, it would be here in the town hall, whether it would be in this room or we would have to bring the ballots down to the basement. We haven't really asked if we could take the ballots downstairs and feed them into that, or it has to be in the same room, which would mean that we have to bring up, and that weighs like 250 pounds.
We did calculate it with by measuring and by weight for the elevator, and the consensus is that it would work to bring it up. It's work to do that.
Is that high-speed one necessary?
Already contracted for, I think, right? Did
Yeah,
we already make that decision?
It was part of the contract
With Guilford.
And
so in a presidential, I think it would work. The new tabulators are slower than the old ones. So say if the other ones would take the ballot in 3 seconds. So this one takes it in 5 or 6 seconds. So you can imagine 6,000 ballots going in on election day. So which is why we have 4 of them for absentees and early voting. So that would be starting early in the morning, which we could do, and then have more workers putting them all in all 4 machines.
And it does save time. That doesn't make up for the cost, but.
Right, but it's not at your polling places, so. I mean, it's here for early voting, but that would be it.
But we're stuck by.
No, we can't do anything until election day to run the ballots in.
Right.
Right, for absentee. I know the absentee, you have to wait till that day. I'm just thinking it's.
Unless they change that, because right now the ballot goes in an envelope and it's stored in the building until election day. Unless they change that, the ballot can go right into the tabulator and the black box, which I don't.
No, I get it. I just think it just seems like
a lot.
Am I understanding that we have to buy the high-speed one as part of the contract?
What's that? We have a contract for it.
Some of the towns have tried to give them back with no answer from the company.
Sell it to somebody?
Would you like to buy it?
There's a lot of metal on there, so maybe facilities could use it.
I want to just jump back to the part-time poll worker salaries. Looking at through December, which would have pretty sure, November, right?
This year?
Yeah. Through November, which should have accommodated all the part-time poll workers for the November election. You still have 62,000 left.
Don't forget, we have a referendum yet.
Well, I don't think a referendum did more than a general election did, which was what, maybe 20,000, 31,000. Year to date, we spent 31,000 of the 94. We've got the referendum coming up, right? And hopefully only one. So just questioning. Looks like there's gonna be some
Well,
excess funds there, right?
this is, don't forget primary with
Well, you
maybe
got-
both,
Two
Okay.
primaries.
You know, one of the primaries, those are state.
August 7th.
So those are in the next fiscal
Next
year,
fiscal year.
which you've already accounted
Well-
for in the budget you're presenting to us.
So,
That's right.
you're looking
Yeah,
at this.
That's right, that's the right fiscal year.
Primaries will fall 26, 27.
Right, so they're looking at this next budget, that's
Right.
what this is for,
Yeah,
August.
Yeah.
primaries, right, okay, but
Right.
I'm just looking at the part-time poll workers.
That we didn't use up.
You've got 62,000 left in that account.
We had budgeted last year for two primaries. And then when we needed to cut it, with Mary Jane, we decided to take off one of the primaries. But we took off the primary cost, but we didn't take off poll worker
workers.
cost for that primary. That's what happened. So,
Okay.
and again, this year, we are pretty sure we're going to be having two primaries.
That's in the next fiscal year.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
just trying to understand the
Right.
baseline, which is
Yes.
underspent. With only one.
Or maybe we could
Hopefully
have
only
a
one
vacation.
referendum.
Can it roll over?
Yes.
Can we
That-
do
So,
That would be why.
hypothetically?
That'd be up to you guys.
so I don't know like, if you're saying the 103 is maybe overestimated, but I'd rather go that way knowing it's too, well, for the forthcoming year.
It's both. That question, did we overestimate, for this year? For the current year we're in, not the one we're looking at. And if that's our baseline, that's what we're using to project next year's, are there errors in assumption on the baseline?
Well, so there's
Yep.
four.
But this next year, because of two primaries,
Correct.
maybe it's on target.
There's 4 events next year, 2 primaries, an election and a referendum. And if they're 20,000 apiece, which is kind of consistent with what the last election was, and
And-
we're in the right, seems to be in the right spot.
Lisa said we did project for 2, but that was taken
That's
away, but not the,
Right.
the salary for the pro.
Okay,
So
all right, just,
could be.
But maybe we can soften the blow through the magic of transfer.
You get hit the following year.
That was kind of question for you, Mary Jane, sorry.
question, where does it fall? Either dedicated to an expense, which I don't think you're very fond of doing, taking those expenses. Although we do it usually like a legal or something like that.
What do you mean, carry them?
Carry them forward.
Yeah. that was-
If we carry forward funds, it's dedicated to a specific purpose. It's even more stringent than your budget. If we carry forward for poll worker salaries, that's all we're spending it on, nothing else. So we can certainly carry that forward.
We'll look.
Can, I probably asked this question last year, but I don't remember it. I see your base salary for the 2 registrars, but why is this, what is the stipend for?
When they do extra primaries and extra election work.
That's
The
where
Board of
early
Finance.
voting, time that we put in.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was for extra.
So should that be factored into their salary?
No,
That's the plan.
Good, I'll let you finish.
So the Board of Finance came up with a schedule for stipends for the additional work for early voting for each of the, so there's a stipend that they're able to get. The discussion they had at their last Board of Finance meeting when they discussed this was the next time it comes around, and it won't come around again until a year, whatever year. The discussion was going to be whether or not they should roll a portion of that or all of it into the salary. Then they'd have more history on what's happening.
The easy answer to this is that when the salaries were set by us, there was also early voting and a few other things that went in. So this is basically supplementing in a way some of the extra work they're doing until the next salary cycle that we set their salary.
Okay.
but that begs the question, are the stipends that were put in from last year, we put in the same for this year? That's based on the number of events, right? That changes based on the number of events? Like the stipends are per event?
Mhm.
All right, so I'd like you to just get back to me in the next day or two. To let me know whether the stipends are correct based on the number of anticipated events for next year.
So if you were gonna request stipends for all those events, what's the number? For whatever events you have. It could be the
It
same
could
number.
be, but if you're planning a separate, an additional primary, that may lift it up.
The Board of Finance set that amount. I think it included all of those.
Make sure.
Okay, we can get that.
Just take a look at it, that's all.
Want to yield it, but also don't want to short it. Okay, this is gonna be cool. All right,
Well, there is that 36.
all right, any other questions?
I guess I have a really general question. Is there any, I'm just not following it, but is there any talk at the state about tweaking early voting period? Longer, shorter?
It's an ongoing discussion, and it's, the Secretary of State's office is working with the legislature, but there hasn't been any decisive action.
So no changes.
It's not going to go, the discussion won't go away, but we don't have any idea of when the legislature will really work on it and come to a decision. But yes.
It's about 50% of the voters early voting.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's one size that falls. You've got Brooklyn has 2,500 residents. You have Bridgeport with 150,000. And running it for 7 days, 14 days, it's disadvantages some communities. Disadvantages some voters as opposed to others. But the conversations are focusing on shortening the window. At least CCM and Cost, the two organizations we belong to, shortening.
Yes.
Or in the state funded. We know the likelihood of that happening.
I don't think so.
Then small dollar amount, but big percentage to the office supplies. You just think you're gonna need more paper, more ink.
Because of early voting, there are costs that don't go away, that we didn't have necessarily before, or we have some of the supplies, but there are things like the label makers, labels that have to go on every ballot for early voting, the machines themselves that do that, they're called label writers. The paper, the labels alone are $40 a box. I calculated how many boxes we use. That alone was another $1,000.
Gotcha.
So it's just, again, when you see increases from us, almost all of the increases have to do with early voting.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Anything further? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Human resources?
Yep. Okay, first up, human resources, the full-time salaries. Basically, this does not reflect increase for me since my contract is up, so that'll be in later on at some point. The expenses, the travel is up a bit because our travel costs have gone up with the mileage reimbursement, as well as the fact that this was cut back a few years ago because of things being put on Zoom, mostly due to COVID. Most of those back in person, so there's a little bit more travel. So I increased that a bit back to where we were at 1,500. The printing costs, that's basically the labor posters that have to be put up in every building. And the fact we have another new building we have to put up in Town Hall North now. There's a little bit of just a slight increase there. Our office supplies should remain the same. Our permits, dues, and subscriptions, I've dropped one subscription, but we've added, both Sam and I are the only department I think in town that has 100% participation as Connecticut Certified Municipal Officials. So we have dues that we have to pay for that to kind of even things out. And finally, education and training up a bit because some of the costs have gone up. Also, Sam has been attending more things with me as well. So that's the HR budget. Any questions?
One, HR coordinator increase looks like it's about 13%.
Yes, Sam, who's behind me here, her responsibilities have changed. She's taken on much more responsibilities and there was an adjustment made in that salary. And it's now a contract. What's that?
Else? Rich? Human resources? Nope. All right, Employee benefit?
Employee benefits. Yeah.
So while we've been here, we did find a couple things in employee benefits. Heart and hypertension had an extra zero, so it's gonna be 15,000, not 130,000.
That's good.
Yeah, we save big money right
Yep, and the waste transfer reimbursement, the same amount as the current year, was missed in ClearGov as well. So with those two changes, that brings that down.
What's the second?
Yeah, keep going.
Waste transfer station
Oh.
reimbursement, so
Yeah.
it's 11.57. And I'm gonna let Mitch talk, this is his budget, but on the retirement plan, you'll see it's the same as this year. Millman is still working on the ADAC for the new year, so that number could go up or down based on what she does, but those numbers aren't readily available yet. That's why we just plugged in the same amount.
Okay.
Heart and hypertension was 13,500.
Heart and hypertension
No,
should be
15,000.
15.
15,000. I'll run through it. With that introduction, I'll run through the whole thing. Reserve for personnel, we've got several contracts up next year. So I put in, my estimate is 320,000. Don't be misled by the increase there because when we had the budget last year, reserve for personnel was about 800,000.
You know, almost 700.
Yeah, because we've allocated a lot of that throughout the year based on the contracts that have been resolved.
That doesn't even matter year to year. This is just the number of contracts that haven't been negotiated yet.
Yep, exactly.
Right, so when I come to you for transfers, additional money goes up into a salary line and it comes out of reserve for personnel. So what started at 773 is down to 253 now, so.
Less departments up in
Correct.
the air about their contractual.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, less, yeah. Retirement plans, Mary Jane just addressed. We think we're gonna be close to that, but we need the number from Milliman, which you don't have. Heart and hypertension, that was a mistake on a zero there, big one. But it should be the same as last year. Retirement benefits, every year, it's pretty close to the same. Well, we did make an adjustment here, didn't we?
I don't think
No?
we need to make that
Okay.
adjustment.
But if not the same, about the same. It's the COLA part. The FICA cost, Mary Jane figures based on the salaries, and the increases you've seen. Unemployment compensation, that has fortunately come down. We had a couple of years where we had some big numbers. We had some people leave with some big numbers that forced our unemployment up. Been able to calculate that to a $12,000, hopefully $12,000 decrease next year. Retirement sick leave, we figured $10,000, only to keep that moving in there, should be able to cover what we have in retirement sick leave budget. I'll skip the next one for a second. We'll come back to that. The OPEB trust contribution, this was determined by Milliman as their actuarial determined contribution that we should be putting in is up to 202,000 for the OPEB contribution. Life insurance should be about the same. I actually am a little bit over budget this year, but we added into life insurance a small life insurance policy for the GEA part-timers. When I figured it all out, it came out to about the same as I budgeted last year, so there should be no increase in the life insurance budget. Employee assistance program goes up by just by a couple people more in the qualify for that. Long-term disability insurance, Sam calculates that every month, figuring for the police and fire that on the LTD program, we see that going up by about $1,000 for next year. And Mary Jane already mentioned the waste transfer station reimbursement. Let's go back to the elephant in the room. Medical insurance. We are being hammered this year. Our experience over the last year and a half has been significant. We are self-insured. We've made adjustments in a number of other places, but we are looking at approximately a 21% increase in medical insurance, and that's 21% on a very large number. So we have had multiple discussions with both the Board of Ed and especially with our consultant. We're still tweaking this. We're hoping to be able to bring it down, but I don't see it coming down anything significant at this point.
I'd just like to interject that when you look
Please.
at that increase of $922,000, $750,000 of that was the use of fund balance last year or in the current year, which I'm loath to make any recommendation to take any more from fund balance since there's nothing left. So because we budgeted use of fund balance last year, that's a portion, causing that to go up. So, that's a discussion to have. And the question Linda and I have since for both of the boards is whether or not we want Joe Spurgeon to come back again. It's the same similar story, but remember last year he came and spoke to all three boards. We didn't know. You want to have that? Okay.
Yeah, probably should.
Yep, that's fine. I just wanted to ask before we set it up. So
Joe was already asking that question.
Does it make sense to possibly have, I know this is a little bit more time and effort, but to have a presentation that's like a Board of Finance at a public meeting? I mean, I know all meetings are public, but I'm just wondering, because the public's gonna hear this again and be like, 2 years back to back?
Yeah.
And maybe have something that at least there's I know it can't answer all of our questions, but at least a presentation. I'm just throwing it out there as a possible recommendation.
Yeah, you'd have to do it.
Availability issue.
Well, you're meeting next Monday. I don't know that.
No, I wouldn't say next month.
yeah, I'm not sure if we can turn that around that quick.
And your meeting in February.
And the
is where
February
the
meeting
budgets are presented.
is already long
Yeah,
with presentation.
but that might be
Although that could be the portion that maybe Joe's there to discuss it.
because we're talking budgets.
Yeah, and blow over him.
In fact,
Yeah,
it makes,
five,
I
10
think it makes
minutes.
sense. So we stay an extra 40 minutes. Good. I'm fine. Mitch, question on medical insurance.
Yes.
Do your numbers reflect the distribution percentages between the Board of Ed and the town? That of the 9 people who moved to Teamsters?
No, that was not changed. I think Mary Jane can explain that. Thanks.
So yes, we do have a change. It changes it very, very, very slightly. But it didn't go back to the Board of Ed to request an increase from them for that.
Okay.
We'd already talked about.
We had already agreed on the numbers. Yeah.
And then we made the change. We moved it. It's just so everyone in the room is aware. We had an opportunity to move certain individuals to the Teamsters medical plan, which quite frankly is significantly less than Anthem. I'm not even sure how they're able to do that. We had 9 people move over there that were eligible. 9 out of about 15 or 16 people that were eligible. And that's made, that's going to increase the Teamsters medical. It's going to decrease. It takes away from our self-funded business. Takes away any stop loss for those individuals. It reduced some of our HSA contributions and reduced some of our waiver contributions. So we have some offsets. They're not quite equal, but I think in the long run, because it takes them out of our self-insured program and takes them out of any stop loss liability, that it is a positive for the town.
And I'll just add that the claims number through our self-insured has not been reduced because of that move. Consultant, he can talk to that a little bit more, but Mitch and I separately have had conversations with him, and the difficulty in moving just those few individuals out of the plan to come up with those costs. He recommended leaving that this year. So again, another reason why we didn't change the allocation, but so we did not reduce claims based on those 9 people. We can make an assumption, but the consultant is not recommending making a change.
But just the number of covered lives will change.
Yes,
We'll cut just that.
for sure.
Pick up a higher percentage of the overall cost.
Right.
I have a question, Matt, when I can jump in.
One second, just to clarify also, of the nine people that moved over, I believe it's 6 of them were on the plan. Not 3 of them were on waiver.
That's right.
6, so the number that moves over is only 6 that come off of Anthem onto Teamsters. But once again, those 6 individuals, if they are, if any of them are high claimants, and we don't know this a year and a half in advance, there's no stop loss, there's no overruns that we have to worry about with those people going forward.
We don't see names on claims, so we don't know
Right.
what our costs are.
Look at the ones that come across.
Yeah. But
I'm sorry, Lou, I cut you off.
No, I just was looking for a good time to jump in. So this 5,245,000 on my sheet here, does that reflect already any recoveries that the plan makes for subrogation for any outside coverages, like a third party claim or that sort of thing, or does that show up separately in some sort of revenue line?
it's already net.
It's already net, so they're projecting a subrogation amount based on perhaps what's happened in the past.
Where do you assume a subrogate? It's about medical?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a
Yes.
self-funded employee benefit plan, which we have, yes.
Right. Yes.
There are certain circumstances where these plans, and I mean, Anthem would be handling all this. There's an army of companies just waiting for the opportunity to go recover money like that from certain events. I'd be interested to kind of understand that a little bit better. Is that net? I mean, MJ, you seem pretty quick and sure, and I believe you, but I'm interested in how they calculate that.
I can't tell you that I know how anything is calculated, but the claims that we report are the exact numbers that we have to pay. So the bills we get from Anthem would reflect any other type of revenue that would have come in.
Okay.
But it's not budgeted.
All right, it's a little bit beyond where we are here today, but if we're gonna be crunching this, I do have maybe I can just get you a couple questions, and the next time we talk to these folks, we can run them down.
No problem. Thanks, Lou.
Sure,
So-
thanks.
I'm going back to the fund balance of 700. So that's being used to counteract expenses for the fiscal year we're in right now.
Correct.
So what are we spending for this year? The 4,323,000. No,
That's why you're seeing a big jump, because we're trying
Correct.
to make up the hole that we created by utilizing a one-time.
Right, so our original plan was to utilize 750 in 26, bring that down to 5 in 27, bring that down to 250 in 28, and 0 in 29. However,
That plan better.
well, that's all well and good.
Gotta
It's all well and good. I'm gonna pass a hat at the next meeting, because
look at the fund balance.
you gotta look at
What's there? Yeah.
we thought that it was gonna be a 1 year, wow, we got killed 1 year. How much worse can it be? So that's why we thought we would be able to do that. So that's why I just wanna make sure that you realize that out of that 900,000, 750 is because we took money out of, well, I shouldn't say we utilized fund balance.
Medical
Which
fund
came from medical surplus.
Right, medical fund.
Correct, it came in the medical fund balance, not
Kind of what it was.
it's all in the medical
Sort of
fund.
there for, but not to go on year after year.
But we
Just-
really don't have any more.
Just to fill a gap 1 year.
Right.
Right.
But the increase would be very small.
Yeah, that's what I'm-
Once you take out the.
That's my point. That's my point.
Clarification is not that bad.
Right, that's my point. That's why I want to make that clear, that 750 out of that, it's almost $1 million. But 3/4 of it is because we utilized fund balance in the current year. So it's bad, but the numbers on paper look bad.
But it's telling us that medical increase, that big one from the past, is sticking around, and that's reached a
correct.
Right.
new level of claims.
Yes.
Correct. Yes, we have worse claims this year, but the delta from 25 to 26 was humongous, and really the 26 to 27 is not as bad. It's there, but clearly not as bad.
Was Matt
So-
dug a hole?
Right, we dug a hole with that
We
750.
knew we were doing that when we did.
I mean, we certainly, we wouldn't have suggested that had we thought we were going to, move.
And now we're saying we're not gonna ever do it again, or?
Well, so this is
Well,
gonna make going forward.
That was a huge increase, not only for the town and the Board of Ed, but I'm always concerned about our employees. You know what I mean? That's really what we wanted to bring that number down last year, because if we don't bring the number down, our employees are picking up that extra 20-30% as well. So when I go into those meetings, I'm always the first one to say, okay, I want to help our employees too. We can't constantly be going back to them too. We did last year and we're going to have to again this year, but at least we mitigated it last year by bringing in the 750. Because when we take the 750 out, it's overall. So it brings down what we're paying.
Would have been a 5% increase. What's the percentage that they cover of the shortfall?
Who?
The employees.
Well, they don't cover any shortfall. They cover a portion based on their contract.
20%.
We cover all the shortfall, just so it's clear.
No, I shouldn't have said shortfall, but when you have to go to them, you say concerned about the amount, you're gonna go back to them.
Well, their rate goes up.
Their
rate
will automatically go up.
Percentage doesn't.
They can't say, no, don't take it out of my paycheck, but I'm just always, I don't want to go back to have too much.
Mechanics.
It's just
employees and then the taxpayers.
Correct.
Rob, we determined that, well, Anthony helps us, and when Joe Spurgeon, our consultant, helps us come up with an allocation rate for single person, two person, and family. Our employee, when we come up with those rates, our employees pay 20% of that amount. We pay 20%. The firefighters pay 22%, but they're in a different plan altogether. But the employees in the Anthem plan here pay 20%. None of their contracts, fortunately for our employees, none of our contracts are raising that bar of 20% to 21, 22, whatever. But 20% of a higher number is still a higher amount.
That was your answer to my question.
Correct, right. So we're just trying to keep that down.
Yeah.
Cost share.
In cost share.
Yeah.
Anything further?
No.
Well done. Insurance.
Insurance. We've got, some smaller increases. We're on a pretty much a 3-year plan with Kerma to keep our insurance pretty much lockstep, but we do see, because of an increased number of employees and some inflation rates, both our workers' comp and LAP will probably go up a bit, looking at about a $10,000 increase on the workers' comp. It's only about 2%, under about 4.5% or 14,000 on the LAP. Crime and fiduciary liability, they're lumped together for some reason. The 20,000 we used the past year looks to be acceptable for this year again. Our miscellaneous insurance, which culminates with a number of different insurances, will be going up, and it's going up fairly significantly, from 50,000 to 65,000. There's 3 main drivers for that. One is our pollution insurance we have to pay for. Second one is the cyber liability insurance, and the third is a flood insurance. So that we put those together, and there's some big increases in the insurance rates for those areas. Reimbursements from waste transfer, library. Mary Jane has figured it'd be about the same as last year. Our deductibles, we put in 10,000 each year for deductibles. We do get claims that we have to pay deductibles on, so that should be good this year again. Our insurance consultant, we're not expecting an increase. So the 10,000 for the services of Acrisure are expected to be the same. The police outside services reimbursement, Mary Jane's figure is going to be less this year.
Yeah, we've been budgeting that 10,000 for a few years, and we've never touched it. So it was an unfair reduction there.
And the last thing is the Kerma distribution of equity that we get each year when there's a good year for Kerma. We plugged in the amount we got this year. We had budgeted 51,008. We ended up at 66,004. We're putting in 66,004 again. I really have no clue at this moment where that's going to end up, but we're hoping it'll be somewhere in the same vicinity. And so that brings you to a total increase in the insurance budget of approximately 4%.
Question.
I have a question. Does our insurance consultant reshop some of this insurance like every cycle?
Yeah, we've looked at, in fact, we worked with him and also Matt at the time. We had made a change to Travelers a couple of years ago, saved some money, and we came back to Kerma and saved money again. But mostly what our insurance consultant does for us, Jonathan, is shop those other insurances, the miscellaneous, the pollution liability, the cyber liability, excess social engineering, excess liability, the crime. All those are separate insurance bills that our office pays. We pay them based on them going out and looking for the best. And we've, for the most part, they stay the same. They sometimes give us a 3-year rate, so we'll hold things, but they'll be looking at the amounts.
This
In fact, our
version, right? This is.
Yeah, it's totally
somebody
different,
doesn't-
yeah, this is Acrisure. Scott Sunberg and Lindsay Trube work with us very closely on all these. Yes.
They're not real
Thank
happy
you.
with me.
That happen with you?
Yeah, Scott isn't.
Okay.
Since we went back to travelers.
Yeah, well,
We left travelers, right?
Yeah, well, they're taking care of us with everything, all the other smaller insurances, and they actually have driven down. The cyber liability was a lot more, and that's come down, but other things have gone up. So we've just gotten it. Any questions?
Well, thank you all. Just a little over an hour longer. We ought to look maybe this year, how do we? Because we always seem to find ourselves in.
Well, when, oh, never mind, I'd rather shut the meeting down.
Do you want to guess how long it was?
Okay, with that, I entertain a motion.
Second.
Second, mine's all in favor, Selectman Federici,
Aye.
those in the room?
Aye.
Thank you to the Board of Finance for your having us. Thank you. Time.
Everybody see you tomorrow.